Sure thing. Did you know that the Sebring International Raceway is built on a former World War II airstrip? That means these race cars are literally tearing up a runway that once took planes to the sky. Talk about a high-flying history. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. So if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. Don't make me choose for you because trust me, my picks are just as wild as these race cars. Hurry up and get your votes in before the countdown hits 0. Hey there, Wayne94. Glad you could make it back to the racing madness. Hope you're ready to see some AI cars tear up the track. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the chaos. Wow, this is quite the classic showdown. The Fiat X19 Dallara from 1975 is known for its nimbleness and quirky charm, but it might struggle a bit on Sebring's challenging track with that older design. On the other hand, Gina Jones in the 1963 Jaguar E-Type Light is a real beauty. Sleek, with lots of racing history behind it, and quite capable on a demanding circuit like Sebring. I'd give the edge to Gina's Jaguar. It's a lightweight, aerodynamic beast with a strong racing pedigree, which could give her an advantage in the corners and straights. Naibi's Fiat might be fun to watch bounce around, but I suspect Gina's Classic will take the win here. What do you think? Alright folks, starting at pole we've got a classic beauty, a 1970 Ford Escort Mark I. This little legend is ready to make some vintage magic happen on the Sebring track. The race kicks off with someone leading the pack, Scott Dixon holding strong in second, and Wayne 984 rounding out the top 3. Looks like Dixon's already eyeing that first spot. Rikoharu G's on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 18th place. Wayne 984 just nudged into second. Gina Jones is inching closer, now in 6th. Gina Jones is really closing the gap on me. Just a little over a second now. Gina and I are battling for 5th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Runton 69 is climbing up the field, just moved into 12th place. Wayne 984 is closing in on the leader, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. They are in a fierce fight for 1st place. Jekyll and Naibi are locked in a close duel for 8th place. Wayne Train 984 is climbing to the top spot. Jekyll and Nibby are neck and neck for 8th place. Nserop Starks and Cheryl Ninjarosis are locked in a close fight for 14th. Reiko Haruji is making a nice climb to 14. Some board boy is right behind, also on the move. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Scott Dixon. The gap shrinking fast. Those two are locked in a tight fight for 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook Scott Dixon and now sits in 3rd place. They are nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 3rd place. Dank Nuggins is climbing fast, now in 15. Cheryl Mitsuroses and some board boy are locked in a close fight for 16. Scott Dixon is now in 2nd place after gaining 2 spots. He's really making a move. Someone and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 2nd. I am battling Hingle McCringleberry for 4th place and it's getting intense. Maya is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry for 4th place. Reiko Haruji and Rondon 69 are neck and neck for 12th. Netsirov Starks and Reiko Haruji are still battling for 13th. Jekyll is closing in on Bufka 19 fast, shrinking the gap by over 12 seconds. Nia and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 4th place. Gina Jones and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Jackal is closing in on Buffy 19 fast, cutting the gap by 8.7 seconds. Maya just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Maya are nose to nose, fighting hard for 4th. Jackal is closing in on Bufina 19 fast, cutting the gap by 8.4 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 3rd place. Looks like someone and Maya are locked in a tight battle for 3rd. Bufina 19 is driving a 1973 Volkswagen Beetle. They're currently in the last place among Group 1 cars, so it looks like their race is not going well so far. Wow, Scott Dixon just took the win. Looks like he's got the magic touch again. Congrats on the victory. Congratulations to Scott Dixon for winning the race. Well done on that impressive victory. Now for those eligible to claim a car, Scott Dixon, you've earned the fastest lap and can claim the 1975 Fiat X19 Delora. Naibe, since you won the bet race, you also get to add the same classic car to your collection. Amy, you've been the queen of overtakes today, so you'll be taking home the sleek 1962 Jaguar Mark II. Great job to all of you. And a huge shout out to Super 2 for clinching their 7th straight win in a row. That's some serious consistency. You've earned yourself 500 request points. Keep it up. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get your choice in. The countdown is almost up, so don't miss out on your chance to see which vehicle will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your selection before it's too late. Hey Naiba, welcome back! Glad to see you returning to the races. Ready to see some cars zoom past each other? Oh wow, two vintage beauties going head to head. Amy in the Ferrari is definitely going to bring some classic racing flair with that power. But Naibe in the Legia might surprise us with its agility and handling around Magny-Cours. Given the era and the car models, I'd say Amy's Ferrari has the edge in raw speed, but might have a bit more trouble with precision on this track. Naibe's Legia could be the dark horse if it maneuvers well and capitalizes on corners. My gut says Amy might take the lead early, but watch out for Naibe sneaking up in the final laps. It's a toss-up, but I'd put my chips on the Ferrari for the win. Alright folks, the race at Magny-Cours has just kicked off and Wrestling 567 is starting on pole in a classic 1988, a GSJ H23. Let's see if that vintage charm can turn into a winning edge today. Wrestling 567 has shot off the line into the lead. Ingle McCringleberry is holding second, just ahead of Jackal in third. Looks like a good start for the top three. Jackal has just overtaken someone to move into second place. New Life is also climbing up, now in fourth place. Exoaces and New for Life are nose to nose, fighting for that fourth spot. Trifinity 3 just snuck into 8th place. The fight between Trifinity 3 and Scott Dixon for 7th is getting spicy. Amy is climbing to 11th, inching closer to the top 10. Trifinity 3 and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 7th place. Naiba just gained 1 spot and is now in 11th. Trifinity 3 and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for 7th place. Slipsnitty Gaming is closing in on Sovi fast, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. The F1 on 1988 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track at Magny Cours might be favoring the more agile or better-tuned models. No clear dominance yet, but expect some overtakes as the race heats up. Scott Dixon's car is a McLaren MP44, a legendary car known for its dominance. He's holding steady in 7th place, so he's not exactly making waves but staying in the hunt. XOSS is driving a Tyrrell 017, starting in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Scott Dixon's car is a McLaren MP44, one of the most iconic F1 cars from 1988. He's holding on to 7th place, so he's not doing too badly but definitely not challenging for the lead. Paul Metui is stuck in the 13th position with an Eurobrunn E R188. Looks like a classic underdog struggling to keep up. XOSS is driving the Tyrrell 017th, starting in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Ingelme Kringleberry's car is a Lotus 100T, which is known for its aerodynamic design and turbocharged engine. Looks like their race is a bit of a mystery with the fastest lap, listed as 99.99. 999. So not much info on their pace. Trufanunity3 is driving a Williams FW12, a car known for its aerodynamic design and strong chassis. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady with a decent lap time, but they might need to pick up the pace to challenge the leaders. Trufanunity3 and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for 7th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 11th. Blitzleader Gaming is closing the gap on Sovi by a full 1.5 seconds. Ixnobadixel is driving a Lotus 100T and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is a solid one. 42.7. So they're holding a decent pace, but not quite challenging the top. Slipseeder Gaming is driving the Williams FW12, starting in 15th place. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Gina Jones is driving a Lotus 100T and is currently in 10th place. Her fastest lap is slightly slower than the top racers, so she's holding steady but not challenging for the lead. Ingelme Kringleberry is driving the Lotus 100T, which is known for its agility. He's currently in 3rd place, holding a solid position with the fastest lap, just slightly behind the leader. Looks like he's pushing hard but hasn't quite caught up to Wrestling 567 yet. Naiba is driving a Ligia JS31, which is a solid midfield car. They're holding on to the 12th spot, staying competitive but not challenging the front runners. Wrestling 567 is really having a rough time dropping to 15. Jackal is making a move to take the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is also climbing up to second. Things are heating up at the front. Wow! Look at that! Jackal just took the victory. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done! Wow! Congratulations to Jackal for winning the race. That was an impressive performance. You really showed some skill out there with those overtakes. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. You get to claim that stunning 1988 Ferrari F187 88C. I hope you're ready to feel like a true racing legend. And Jackal, since you did the most overtakes, you can claim that sleek 1988 Ligier JS 31. Looks like both of you are walking away with some pretty iconic cars today. Great job, everyone! Here's a fun fact about the 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125. This beast was so powerful that it could reach speeds of over 200 miles per hour, which was pretty much impossible back then. Imagine racing in a car that was basically a rocket on wheels during the 1930s. Oh, it's like the Og of speed machines. This is quite the vintage showdown. Gina Jones with the 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125 versus Bleach Mepsi in the 1938 Maserati 8 CTF. Both are classic, but the Mercedes-Benz 125 is renowned for its aerodynamic design and incredible speed capabilities back in the day. The Maserati 8 CTF, however, is no slouch either, and has a reputation for handling well on twisty circuits. Considering the circuit and the specs, I'd put my chips on Gina's Mercedes-Benz just because of its superior engineering and power output. But then again, vintage racing cars always surprise us with their charm and agility. So, I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning toward Gina's car taking it by a nose. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Circuitos Aguilices, and leading the pack on pole is New for Life in the 1938 Maserati 8 CTF. Let's see if that vintage speedster can hold on to the lead, or if the modern machines will cruise past. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Jackal in second place and TPPA holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Jackal is now in first place, pulling ahead. Gina Jones has moved up to 8th place, closing in on Amy. Amy and Gina are nose to tail for 7th position. Looks like a tight squeeze. Amy is climbing one spot to 7th place. Cap Holster is also moving up one spot to 9. Bleach Meps and Cap Holster are nose to tail for 9. Bleach Mepsi's climbing up to 9th place now. Cap Holster and Bleach Mepsi are still neck and neck for that 9th spot. Taknasti is making a move, jumping 2 places to 11. Amy is driving an Auto Union Type C, starting from 7th. She's currently in 8th place, so she's just a bit behind her starting position. Looks like she's holding her own but not making any big moves yet. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th. Sophie and Hingle McCringleberry are both climbing up 1 spot each, now sitting in 14th and 15th. The race is heating up behind the leaders. Bleach Mepsi just edged ahead of Gina Jones to take 8th place. They are still neck and neck in this close fight. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 3rd place. Bleach Mepsi and Lord Buttrill are nose to tail for 7th. Looks like a close fight there. Maya is closing in on TPKPA, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Bleach Mepsi is climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th. Bean Streams is also on the move, jumping 1 place to 11. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Amy just overtook a car to move into 6th. Lord Buttrill is now in 7th after a clean pass. Gina Jones is climbing into 8th. The race is heating up nicely. Jackal is leading in the Auto Union Type D, which is known for its speed and agility. Looks like he's holding a comfortable lead, but the race is still open. Tacnasty just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Cap Holster and Tacnasty are nose to tail for 9th position. Maya is driving a 1937 Auto Union Type C, currently in 5th place. Her fastest lap is 1:22. She's holding her position but not making much progress on the leaders. TPKPA is slicing through the field, closing in on Scott Dixon by another 1.3 seconds. Cap Holster is climbing up to 9th place. Nivy's making moves, now in 11th. Gina Jones is driving a Mercedes-Benz W125, which is known for its speed and agility. She's currently in 8th place, but her lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pace. The Grand Prix 1930 cars are pretty evenly matched on this track, but the Auto Union Type D seems to have a slight edge with multiple top positions and fast laps. The circuit's twists and turns probably favor their handling and power. Gina Jones is racing a Mercedes-Benz W125, which is known for its speed and agility. She's currently in 8th place, but her lap time of over a minute suggests she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Bean Streams is now in 10th place. Sophie is right behind in 11th. They are neck and neck for that 10th spot. Cap Holster is now in 8th place, closing the gap. Ion Sophie is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th. The tight corners and high-speed straights at Circuitos Agalices are favoring the cars with better acceleration and handling, which explains the close battle among the top drivers. Scott Dixon is charging ahead into the lead. New for Life is dropping back to 7th place. Jackal has slipped down to 13th. The race is getting interesting with some big shifts. Wow, Jackal, you really sped your way to victory. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, Scott Dixon really showed us how it's done today. Big congratulations on that win, you've earned it. Now, let's give a shout out to Jackal for snagging the fastest lap. That 1938 Auto Union Type D is a classic, and he's got a claim on it. And Gina Jones, congratulations on winning the bet race. The 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125 is an incredible piece of racing history, and I think she's going to look fantastic behind the wheel of it. Great job to everyone involved. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance to get in on the action. Don't let that opportunity cruise by. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI chaos on the track today. That's an interesting matchup for sure. The Onrook Ligier JSP2, Judd from 2014, has a reputation for being a balanced and reliable car, but it's a bit older compared to the Mazda. The Mazda RT 24P from 2017 is newer, and definitely has some tricks up its sleeve with a more modern design and tech. Based on just the car choices and the track conditions at Estoril, I'd lean towards Jungenster 202 with the Mazda. It's got a slight edge in terms of fresh engineering, and probably a bit more agility around the corners. But hey, Bakamoning has that Judd engine which can surprise us with some power in the straight. So, I'd say I'm placing my bet on Jungenster 202 to take this one. But don't count out Bakamoning just yet. It's racing after all. Anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is underway at Estoril no Chicane. Scott Dixon is leading from pole in a classic 2012 Morgan LMP 2QI. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI has other plans. Scott Dixon has shot off the line and taken the lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place, with New for Life close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for the lead. Dylan Wolf just snuck into third, pushing New for Life to fight for fourth. The battle for third is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry and New for Life are neck and neck for fourth place. Yungansa stored Rule 102, just gained a spot to sit in sixth. Sobi and Vodka Morning are locked in a fierce fight for seventh. Joan Wolf and Gina Jones are nose to nose for second place. Hingle McCringleberry just snuck into fourth. Sobi is climbing up to seventh. Armor Pink Wolf just climbed one spot to 8th place. Naida and Amy are nose to tail for 12th. Looks like a little drama brewing there. Gina Jones just took the lead, climbing one spot to sit at the front. Naiba and Amy are nose to nose for 12th place. Looks like a battle of the titans. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce fight for first place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to third, just one spot behind. New for Life and DJ Wolf are nose to nose for fourth. Joan Wolf is dropping back to 16th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to second. New for Life is advancing to fourth. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for third. New for Life just overtook someone to take third place. Yoongden Starred Wu 2 is also climbing up to fourth. Soviet and Scott Dixon are nose to tail fighting for fifth. Zovi just snuck into the top 5. Yoongan Stordu 2 and Sovi are nose to nose for fourth place. Naiba is climbing up to 10th. Emperor Pink Wolf is climbing up to 6th place. Scott Dixon and our Pink Wolf are nose to nose for that position. Jacko is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 10th. Our Pink Wolf advances to 5th place. Sovi and our Pink Wolf are locked in a close fight for 5th. I am climbing up to 8th place. Our Pink Wolf is dropping back to 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to the top spot. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for first. Vodka Moneng is holding 8th place and is just behind the leader by a few seconds. Yunganistor 202 is in 4th, so the battle is heating up. Vodka Moneng might have a shot if they push hard now. Vodka Moneng is holding 8th place and is just a few seconds behind Yunganistor 202. Looks like a close fight, but Vodka Moneng might need a little more pace to catch up. Congratulations, Gina Jones. Looks like you just took the checkered flag at Esteril no chicane. Well done. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry on winning the race. What an incredible performance! They really took the checkered flag with style. Maya, you did the most overtakes today, so you get to claim the sleek 2017 Oreca 07 Acura. Well deserved for your aggressive driving and strategic moves. And a huge shout out to Super 2. Winning 7 races in a row is no joke. Plus, earning 500 request points? That's some serious dominance right there. Keep it up. Alright. Fun fact about the Interlomas track is that it's known for its twisty turns and tricky corners that seem to keep the drivers guessing where to go next. It's like a giant puzzle, but instead of pieces, you've got asphalt and turbocharged cars trying to outwit each other. It's one of those tracks where a little slip-up can drop you from the front to the middle of the pack faster than you can blink. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Unistix in the 2016 Porsche 99 Hybrid, which is known for its speed and reliability, especially in endurance races. On the other side, Scott Dixon in a 2018 BR Engineering BR1, a car that's designed for high performance and sharp cornering. Honestly, it's a tough call. The Porsche has a slight edge in hybrid technology and fuel efficiency, which could give it an advantage in a longer race. But the Brone is a beast in terms of raw power and agility, so if Scott Dixon can push it to its limits, he might surprise us all. If I had to place a playful bet, I'd probably lean towards Unistix just because the Porsche's smooth handling and hybrid boost might give it the extra edge in tight Interlomas corners. But hey, it's all about who hits their marks best. Let's see who comes out on top. Alright folks, the race at Interlomas has just kicked off and leading the pack is Nonstop at 98 in the pole position. Looks like a 2018 BR Engineering BR1. So let's see if it can hold on to that spot, or if the others will catch up. Morning Sarzel has shot to the front, leading the race. Nonstop 98 is holding second place, trying to keep up. Naibe's in third, just waiting for a chance to make a move. James Mayo just overtook someone to take the fourth place. Move for Life is climbing up to 6. Life 1 and Amy are nose to nose for 7. Naiba and Nonstop 98 are nose to nose for second place. Jackal is sneaking into fourth after a nice move. Waifuana and Amy are locked in a close fight for 7th. Nonstop 98 and Naibe are nose to nose for second place. Jackal and Naibe are also locked in a fierce duel for third. Move for Life just gained a spot, now in 5th, creeping closer to the top. Jackal is climbing up to 3rd place. Naiba and Jackal are nose to nose for that spot. Guest around 133,796 is making a move to get into the top 15. New for Life is now in 4th place. Unistix and Amy are nose to nose for 9. Gina Jones is closing in on Scott Dixon, shrinking the gap by over a second. Jackal is climbing to second place. Naibe is also moving up to fourth. Unistix is now in 10th. Unistix and Sovi are nose to nose for 8. Lifeone is in 8th place driving a 2014 Toyota TS040 hybrid. She's got a decent lap time but needs to pick up the pace to catch the leaders. Lifeone and James Mayo are nose to nose for 6th place. Amy just climbed 1 spot to 9th. Lithocarp is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 16th. Sovi and Wei Fuan are nose to nose for 7th place. Chris Goffer just gained 1 spot to take 11th. And now, Maya and Kreisgoffer are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Naibe just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Sovi is also climbing up 1 spot, now in 7th. Wei Fuan and Sovi are nose to tail for 7th position. Naruto Tep 98 is leading the race in the 2018 B R Engineering B R1. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the others, so it looks like they're just holding the lead without pushing hard. Lithocarp's car is an Audi R18 from 2016, and it's currently in the middle of the pack. Their fastest lap is impressive at just over 54 seconds, so they might be holding back a bit. The race looks steady for them so far. Jackal is sitting comfortably in 2nd and holding the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a late surge. Jackal is driving the 2016 Porsche 999 Hybrid, starting from 5th place. They're currently in 2nd, so they're making a move. Fastest lap is just slightly behind the leaders, so they're pushing hard. Sovi is driving a 2014 Toyota TS040 Hybrid, currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is just over a minute and a half, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Lifeone is climbing up to 7th place. Lithocarp is narrowing the gap to Gina Jones by 1.7 seconds. Wow, Morningstar must be thrilled to take the top spot. Guess all those early mornings paid off. Wow! Congratulations to Morningstar on winning the race. That's quite the achievement. Now, a special shout out to Jackal for grabbing the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 2016 Porsche 919 Hybrid. Time to imagine yourself zooming around in that beauty. Well done, everyone. Here's a fun fact about the 1990 Nissan Skyline GT RR32R. It earned the nickname Godzilla because of its incredible performance and dominance in the racing world. It was so advanced for its time that it basically terrorized the competition and became a legend among car enthusiasts. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is ticking down fast. So get those choices in before it's too late. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. The 1990 Nissan Skyline. Skyline GT R32 is a legendary car with a reputation for being a powerhouse, especially with its all-wheel drive and twin-turbo setup. It's known for its agility and roll power. On the other hand, the 1993 Vector W8 is a sleek, high-performance vehicle with a lot of potential, but it's a bit more exotic and less proven in racing scenarios. Considering the track is Blackwood GP Reverse, which favors handling and control, I'd lean towards the Skyline, especially in the hands of an instinctive driver. It's built for speed on twisty tracks and has a proven track record in racing. The Vector W8 might have the edge in top speed on a straight, but the Skyline's balance and acceleration could give it the upper hand in tight corners. So, if I had to place my bet, I'd say the Nissan Skyline might just edge out the Vector W8. But hey, anything can happen in AI racing. Maybe the Vector's sleek design will give it an unexpected boost. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Blackwood GP Reverse, and leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a 1993 Vector W8. He's sitting comfortably on pole, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Jerkplays has shot off the line into the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second place. Jacko is right behind in third, trying to find a way past. Princess Wildface is now in fourth place. Scott Dixon has moved up to fifth. Lady Gami and Adnem Flash are nose to nose for seventh. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook Jerkplays for the lead. Looks like the battle for first is heating up. Lady Gami is climbing to 7th place, closing in on the pack. Unclearly Gaming is climbing up to 12th place. Your Instinct and Unclearly Gaming are still neck and neck for that spot. Gina Jones is advancing to 14th place. Girl of Diamond is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 17. Gina Jones is dropping back, losing 9 positions to 23. Darigos is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 9. Ace Basiksvitsen, Sovi are locked in a tight fight for 10th place. Matrixco is gaining on Unclearly Gaming, chopping the gap down by over a second. Max Beerley is on the move, climbing 1 spot to 14th. Matrixco is climbing up to 12th place. Max Beerley is also moving up to 13th. Unclearly Gaming and Max Beerley are still neck and neck for the 13th spot. Ace Basic Switz and Sovi are nose to nose for 10th place. Maya is inching closer to Unclearly Gaming, chipping away at the gap. Waffling Gotas just overtook 1 car, now sitting in 18th. Darigaz and Adenflash are nose to nose for 8th place. Matrixco is climbing 2 spots to 10th. Max Beerley is inching up 1 to 12th. Max Beerley and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 11th. Princess Wildface is gaining on Jackal, now just a second behind. Darigaz and Adenflash are nose to nose for 8th place. Matrixco is closing in on Darigaz, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Looks like a tight fight for 9th place forming up. Wolf's Light is making a nice climb up to 18th place. Darigaz just gained 1 spot to 8th. Adenflash and Darigaz are nose to tail for 8th place. Adenflash is climbing up 1 spot to take 8th place. Darigaz and Adenflash are nose to tail for 8th. Matrixco is also moving up 1 spot to take 10th. Darigaz and Matrixco are battling it out for 9th. It's Thera pair is now in 5th place, closing the gap with Scott Dixon. They're battling hard for that position. Matrixco has climbed to 8th, making some moves. Scott Dixon has climbed to 5th place. Lady Gummy is now 6th. Matrixco is closing in on its Therapar, and the gap is shrinking fast. They're battling for 7th place. Matrixco is climbing to 7th place. Max Beerley is also moving up to 9th. Max Beerley and its Therapar are locked in a close fight for 8th. Adenflash is closing in on Max Beerley fast enough to make it interesting. Riswatingyo just jumped a spot to 20. Maybe they're finally getting the hang of this. Maya is currently in 20th place with a best lap of 1 minute, 27 seconds, and 95 hundredths. Her car is a 1993 Vector W8, starting from 20th position, so she's holding steady. Looks like she's making some progress, but still has room to overtake a few cars. Wow! Looks like Hingle McCringleberry just proved he's the fastest on the track. Congrats on the win, champ. Wow, what an incredible race. Huge congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for winning and snagging that victory. You really drove like a champion today. And look at that, Hingle has also set the fastest lap, so they can claim the 1993 Vector W8.0. That's one sleek and speedy ride. Well deserved. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over, so get your choices in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Here's a fun fact for you all about the retro GT500 racing cars. They have a lot of personality on the track. These beauties are like the vintage rock stars of racing, packed with nostalgia and a bit of old school charm. They might not be the fastest in the race, but they certainly make up for it with style and character. It's like watching a classic movie scene unfold every time one of them takes a turn. Alright, this is quite the matchup. K-Steflex with that classic 1996 Toyota Supra JGT versus Sovi and the sleek 1999 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1. Both are iconic in their own right, but in a race on Okayama GP, the car choice could be a game changer. The Supra has that legendary Japanese performance pedigree and might be more agile around those tight corners. On the other hand, the Corvette ZR1 is known for raw power and high speed on straights. If the track favors handling and finesse, K-Steflex might have the edge. But if pure speed and acceleration matter most, Sovi could pull ahead. I'm gonna lean slightly towards the Corvette, but honestly, it's anybody's race. This is going to be a fun one to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Okayama GP. Maya starting on pole with her classic 1994 Nissan 300 ZT2. Imse in the retro GT 500 class. Let's see if the vintage magic can hold them at the front. Right at the start, Maya is holding the lead. K-Steflex is right behind in second, and Hingle McCringleberry is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. K-Steflex just overtook for the lead. Maya is right on their tail, not giving up that easily. Zusovia, Heskadi, Azidia Somloni, Nuzadebak, closing the gap. Maya just snatched the lead from the front. Jackal and Hingle McCringleberry still neck and neck for fourth. Gina Jones is climbing up to sixth and closing the gap on the pack. Jackal and Gina Jones are now battling for fifth. Elite 95 is slicing through the field. Now in 7th place, after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is climbing steadily, now in 5th. Smurf20 and Toadette TV are nose to nose for 10th place. Looks like a close fight. Smurf20 is climbing up to 10th place. No 4 Life and Solid Shadown on 81 are nose to nose for 12th. Illicitona 1095 is climbing to 6th place. No 4 Life is now in 12th. Looks like someone's making moves. Smurf20 just overtook someone and is now in 9th place. Amy and Smurf20 are nose to tail fighting for that 9th spot. Scott Dixon and Jackal are nose to tail for 7th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th place. Amy is also moving up 1 spot to 8. Jackal and Amy are nose to nose for 8th place. It's Bumblebee and Unclearly Gaming are neck and neck for the 18th spot. Aetherplasm just gained 1 position to take 20th. Your Instinct and Aetherplasm are also fighting for the 20th spot. Toadette TV and Smurf20 are nose to nose for 10th place. It's Bumblebee just gained 1 spot to 18th. Your Instinct also moved up 1 spot to 20th. Sovi is now in 2nd place, creeping closer to the leader. Nova Life and Toadette TV are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Its Suror is climbing up to 24th, making some moves. Move for Life is dropping back to the 18th place. K-Steflex is climbing to 2nd place. Zoology 1 is advancing to 12th place. Toadette TV is gaining on Smurf20, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Its Bumblebee and Adenflash are locked in a fierce fight for 16th place. Your Instinct is climbing up to 19th place, 1 spot better than before. Sovi and Keysteflex are nose to tail for 2nd place. Smurf20 is climbing up to 8th after a quick move. Smurf20 and Amy are locking horns for that 8th spot. Looks like a good old-fashioned tug of war. Keysteflex and Sovi are nose to tail for 2nd place. Gina Jones is closing in on them, now in 5th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Scott Dixon is also moving up to 6th place. Elitsitona 1095 and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for the 6th spot. Elitsitone 95 just overtook someone to take 6th place. Telescope Beam moved up 1 spot to 14. Double and Telescope Beam are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Double and Telescope Beam are nose to nose for 14th place. Its Bumblebee and Adenflash are locked in a close fight for 16th. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 20th, 1 spot at a time. Elitsitona 1095 is climbing up to 5th place. Toadette TV and Jackal are nose to nose for 10th. Unclearly Gaming is closing in on its Bumblebee, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an incredible performance and you definitely deserve the victory. Well done. And a big shout out to Sovi for winning the bet race. They can now claim the 1999 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1, the Retro GT 500. Looks like someone's about to level up their virtual garage. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the Chevrolet Camaro. It's got that sleek design and a reputation for speed that might give it a slight edge on the Dubai GP circuit. The Mustang is definitely a close contender, but the Camaro's got that extra bit of flair and power that could help it squeeze out a victory. Of course, it all depends on the driver. But in this case, I'll root for the Camaro to take the checkered flag. Alright, so we've got Amy in a Ford Mustang, and Sovi in a Chevrolet Camaro. Both are solid American muscle cars, but if I had to bet, I'd say the Mustang might have a slight edge here. The Mustang's got a reputation for being a bit more agile and quick on its feet, especially on a track like Dubai GP, where sharp turns and speedy straights come into play. The Camaro is no slouch either, but if we're talking raw speed and handling, I'd give the Mustang the advantage. Let's see if the AI drivers can surprise us or if muscle memory and car choice really does rule the race. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Dubai GP track and leading the pack is Jackal in the Trans Am class, driving the 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. He's got the pole position and is ready to show us what he's made of. Jackal is leading the race with a strong start. New for Life is right behind in second place. Gina Jones is holding on to third, but expects some action soon. Move for Life just took the lead, pushing up to first place. Jackal is hanging right behind, not giving up that chase. Whip 3 out 25 is climbing steadily, now in third place. Gina Jones is climbing to third place. Scott Dixon is now in 5th. Imus Gordon has moved up to 6th. Sophie is climbing up to 6th place. Ingo May Kringleberry is also making moves, now in 8th. Rowdy Zerolf and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose for 18th. Gina Jones and Jackal are nose to nose for 2nd place. Vivencero Guy just gained 1 spot and is now 16th. Gamaxiate and Vivencero Guy are also fighting for 16th. Gina Jones just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Mai and Ingo Kringleberry are nose to nose for 8th. Vivencero Guy and Balsamic Vintu, 183, are neck and neck fighting for 15th. Whip 3 out 25 and Jackal are nose to nose for 3rd place. Maya is climbing up to 8th. Lemon Cult Games is inching into the top 20. Scott Dixon's Ford Mustang is currently in 6th place. Looks like he's holding steady, but not quite making a move forward. His fastest lap is still the same as everyone else's, so no surprises there. Sophie and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 5th place. Imus Gordon and Sophie are also fighting for 6th. Deluxe Combo is climbing up to 20th position, just 1 spot away from the top 20. Imus Gordon just gained 1 spot, now in 6th place. Sophie and Imus Gordon still neck and neck for 6th. Rowdy Zerolf and Vivencero Guy are fighting hard for 16th. Maya advances to 7th place. Amy climbs to 8th. Rowdy Zerolf moves up to 16th. The race is heating up. Jackal is leading the race in a Chevrolet Camaro and is currently in the 1st position. Looks like they're holding on to that top spot pretty well. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing to 15th place. Vivencero Guy and Balsamic Vintu 83 are locked in a close fight for 16th place. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up to 14th place. 5 Snow Guy and Balsamic Vin, 283, are battling for 16th place. Scott Dixon is in a Ford Mustang starting 6th and currently in 5th. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Life is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident right now. The Trans Am cars are dominating the front with consistent lap times, while the TCE class is mostly stuck in the back with placeholder times. The track seems to favor the more powerful Mustangs and Camaros. Sophie just snuck past someone to take 8th place. Amy and Sophie are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for 8th is heating up. Maya is closing in on the pack. Lemon Cult Games just overtook someone to move into 17th. Lemon Cult Games and Balsamic Vint, 83 are wheel to wheel for 16th. Hingle Me Kringleberry is holding on to 9th place, but Sophie is right behind, looking for a move. My car is maintaining a solid position in 6th. Amy is still in 8th, but the gap is closing. Deluxe Combo is driving a 2013 Peugeot 208 R2. They are currently in the last place among the TCE class drivers, but their lap time suggests they're not exactly setting the track on fire. Lemon Cult Games is holding off Balsamic Vintu and Ready 3 for 16th place. Meanwhile, Lemon Cult Games and 5 and Zero Guy are neck and neck for 17th. This race is getting spicy in the midfield. Wow, looks like Woofer Life just took the crown. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, huge congratulations to New View for Life. They really pulled off an incredible Triple Crown win today, setting the fastest lap, winning the race, and making the most overtakes. Talk about dominating the track. They definitely deserve a big round of applause for that performance. And great news for both New for Life and Amy. New for Life has earned the 2021 Ford Mustang Trans Am for claiming the fastest lap, while Amy also gets the same model for winning the bet race. Looks like these cars are going to some very lucky drivers. And a special shout out to 72,850,758 Super 2. 7 days of consecutive wins, and now sitting on 500 request points. That's some serious streaking right there. Keep it up. You're making this race even more legendary. Well, here's a fun fact for you. The Albi Vintage track is actually known for its super tight corners and historical charm. It's like racing through a storybook with a bit of a vintage twist. Plus, it's got those charming old-school barriers that make you feel like you're stepping back in time. It's a raceway that truly tests your skills while giving you a dash of nostalgia. Ooh, this is a tough one. Both cars are classics from the same year, so it's basically a vintage showdown. Scott Dixon's Alfa Romeo 12C is known for its elegance and nimbleness, but the Auto Union Type C has a reputation for sheer power and speed. I'd say it comes down to handling versus straight-line speed. Honestly, I might put my money on the Auto Union just because it was built with racing dominance in mind. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Maybe the Alpha will surprise us all. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Albi Vintage, and leading the pack is Mobius on pole, behind the wheel of a 1938 Auto Union Type D. Looks like we're in for a vintage showdown. Mobius is taking an early lead, holding the first place. Amy is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Sobi is in third, hanging tight and waiting for a chance to make a move. Someone just gained one spot and is now in third place. Sobi and another racer are locked in a close fight for third. Slitten's Leader Gaming is also climbing up one spot to fifth. Zovi and the other racer are nose to tail for third place. Lithocarp just gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Arayu Serial and Lithocarp are also close for 8th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Slip's Leader Gaming just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Now Slip's Leader Gaming and another racer are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Slip's Leader Gaming is now in 3rd place. Slip's Leader Gaming and Amy are nose to nose for 2nd. I am climbing up to 14th place, inching closer. No For Life is holding on to 6th for now, but Cobracle is closing in fast. Someone just overtook a couple of racers to move into 3rd place. The fight for 6 is heating up with New for Life and Cobracle trading positions. Gina Jones is now in 8th place. Ariu Serial is right behind her, both fighting for 9th. Loba Asil and Jackal are nose to tail for 12th. Slippen's Leader Gaming is driving an Auto Union Type D and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding their position well but haven't made any daring moves yet. Ariu Serial is driving a Maserati 8CTF, which is known for its speed and agility. They are currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Scott Dixon and Ariu Serial are nose to tail for 10th place. Slitten's Leader Gaming and the other are still locked in a fierce fight for 3rd. Slip's Leader Gaming is now in 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Gina Jones has moved into 9th place, also up 1 spot. Jackal's driving a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C, a classic beauty with a reputation for balance. They're currently in the 12th position and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Gina Jones is driving a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125 and is currently in 8th place. Her fastest lap is very close to the leaders, so she's hanging in there. Scott Dixon has climbed to 10th place. Jackal has moved up to 11th place. Ariu Serial and Jackal are nose to nose for 11th place. New for Life is driving a 1937 Auto Union Type C and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite making a move forward yet. Ingle McCringleberry is racing a 1937 Auto Union Type C They're currently in the 14th place, just behind Mayada. Looks like a tight race with some room to improve. Immobius is leading in a 1938 Auto Union Type D, which is known for its speed and agility. They seem to be comfortably ahead and setting the pace with the fastest lap of the race. Slipspeedy Gaming is holding on to second place, but Amy is right behind. Lithocarp and Gina Jones are still neck and neck for 8th. Global has just gained a spot and is now in 12th. Wow, Immobius just took the top spot. Looks like they really know how to leave the rest in the dust. Well done. Wow, Immobius really took the checkered flag, didn't they? Congratulations! That was a fantastic run, showing everyone that they've got the speed and skill to claim the top spot. Well-deserved victory. I hope they enjoy their well-earned win. Alright folks, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time, or forever hold your peace. Don't make me send in the AI critique squad to choose for you. Ooh, this is a classic battle. The Lancia Delta Sport is known for its incredible power and agility, especially with that turbocharged setup from the 80s. But the Audi Sport Quattro 22 is no slouch either, especially with its legendary Quattro all-wheel drive system. Honestly, it might come down to who handles the twists better, but I'd guess Sovi's Lancia might have a slight edge in raw speed. Still, with the smart engineering of the Audi, Amy could surprise us all. So, I'd say the winner might just be Sovi in the Lancia Delta. But buckle up, because this race could go either way. Alright folks, Sovi is kicking things off in pole position with a classic 1985 Lancia Delta S4 Toured. Expect some serious throwback power at the front. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the pack. Sovi has taken an early lead with Amy right behind in second place. I am currently holding on to third, trying not to get overtaken. Deplorably Apple is climbing 2 spots to 6th place. Hingle May Kringleberry and Deplorable Apple are nose to nose for 6th place. Gina Jones is advancing one spot to 9th place. Gina Jones and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Maya just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Amy and Maya are nose to nose for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th. Deplorablipo is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 4th place. Celestia Linari is also making moves, gaining 3 positions to 9. Amy is inching closer to the front, just 1 spot behind in 2nd. Gary 710 is on a tier, climbing 5 spots to 6th place. Deplorable just nudged into 3rd. New for Life also gained a spot, now 5th. Things are heating up. Scott Dixon is driving a 1996 Toyota Celica.D. Looks like he's hanging around the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones is in 12th place with the Lancia Delta S 4 Tortoise. Looks like she's struggling to keep up, but still hanging in there. Gary 17 is gaining on For Life and closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Maya is catching up to Celestial Inari, chipping away at the distance by just over a second. Amy is leading in her Audi Sport Quattro Slim 1E2. She's holding a comfortable lead and maintaining fast lap times. Looks like she's got this race under control. Sophie is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control for now. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Peugeot 205 T16 Evo 2. Their race looks pretty steady, but not quite on the podium yet. Gary 710 and Celestial Inari are neck and neck for 6th place. Someone just gained 1 spot to take 3rd. The reverse layout is shaking things up, making overtakes trickier and favoring those who know the twists well. New for Life is climbing to 4th place. Celestial Inari is now 5th. Gary 710 has moved into 6th. Looks like a little shuffle at the middle of the pack. Maya is currently in 8th place with the Peugeot 205T 16 Evo 2. The car is known for its agility and turbocharged power. Looks like a tough race for her so far, but there's plenty of time to catch up. Deplorable is driving a 1985 Lancia Delta S4, a classic rally legend. Looks like their race is pretty steady, sitting in 7th place, but they're not quite challenging for the top yet. Your Peugeot 205T 16 Evo 2 is currently in 8th place. It's holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like a solid effort so far. Someone's Renault 5 Turbo is in 3rd place, but their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the pace. Scott Dixon's Toyota Celica is struggling with pace, sitting in the last few positions. His fastest lap is way off the leader, so it looks like he's having a tough time keeping up. Wow, Sophie really outpaced everyone, didn't they? Congratulations on the win. Wow, Sophie, you really outdid yourself and took the win. Congratulations on dominating the race. Gina Jones, you're not far behind with that lightning-fast lap. You're now in the running to claim the classic. 1985, Lancia Deltas 4. From Group B. Keep up the impressive work, everyone. This is getting exciting. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The Goodwood Circuit is often called the Festival of Speed because it hosts one of the most famous hill climbs in the world. It's like a giant playground for car enthusiasts, and it's been around since 1948. So basically, it's a place where cars go to show off and the trees don't mind a little noise. Who knew a racetrack could be so much more than just a place to race? Wow! This is quite the vintage showdown. The 1967 BRMP 83 is a bold choice with its classic design and raw power. On the other hand, the Lotus 49 is famous for its innovation and agility, especially on a track like Goodwood. While the BRM might have some nostalgic charm and muscle, I'd give the edge to the Lotus 49. It's known for its superior handling and performance in that era, which could make all the difference around those twists and turns. So, I'd put my chips on Sophie and the Lotus. But hey, with AI and vintage cars, anything can happen. Maybe the BRM will surprise us with a vintage underdog comeback. Alright folks, we've got Hingle McCringleberry on pole in the F1 1967 class, cruising in a classic Matra MS7, ready to make history at Goodwood. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Popcorn Slayer has taken an early lead, with Hingle McCringleberry right behind in second place. Skosarovs is currently holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Maya is on the charge now, climbing to the 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. Jackal is making a move, now in 15th after passing 3 cars. Rando Buster is not holding back, also up 3 spots to 16th. Sophie is climbing nicely into 3rd place. No for Life and Frankenballs are nose-to-nose for 5th. Amy is making a move up to 11th. Sophie is climbing up to 2nd place now. Hingle McCringleberry and Sophie are nose-to-nose for that spot. Skozarobs and Hingle McCringleberry are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Skozarobs is also moving up to 3rd. Baskitten Faye is making a move to 6th. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Amy just made a bold move to 8th place. Brando Booster is climbing fast to 11th. Reno T4 is right behind, also making a push to 12. The race is heating up. Rookie Miriki is closing in on Jackal fast, just 7.8 seconds behind now. Scott Dixon has climbed 1 spot to 6th. Shalesy has also gained 1 position, now in 13th. Shalesy and Renault T4 are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Rookie Miriki is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 18. D6 is right behind, also up 4 to 19. Sophie and Skozarobs are locked in a fierce duel for 3rd place. No for Life is now in 3rd place, climbing 2 spots. Hingle McCringleberry and No for Life are nose-to-nose fighting for 2nd. Scott Dixon is also making moves up to 4th. Basketint V is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14. Sophie is dropping back, losing 7 positions to 16. Amy is making progress, moving up 1 spot to 6. Chelsea is really closing in on Agena right now. The gap shrinks by 1.6 seconds. Agrid's 34 just climbed 1 spot to 14. Defitz also moved up 1 spot to 17. Defitz is gaining fast on Sophie, closing the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Orange Funk and Cloudy are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Skozarobs is driving a BRMP 83 and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is 1:26.33, which is quite slow compared to others. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Alright everyone. It looks like our AI drivers decided to take an unplanned sightseeing tour instead of racing. So, we're calling it early. But don't worry, the points for this race have already been tallied. So, congratulations to our top finishers, and stay tuned for more AI chaos coming up soon. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Skozarobs is slicing through the field, now just a second behind Scott Dixon. Brando Booster is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 7. Wow! Popcorn Slayer really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations to them, that was some top-notch racing. Looks like all of Popcorn snacking paid off with a win. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. The Hockenheimring Vintage GP has some tight turns and chicanes that really test a car's agility. A car that can stick to the road and navigate those twists with precision would have the advantage. Sure, top speed matters, but if your car can't handle the curves smoothly, you'll be losing precious time everywhere. It's all about finesse here, not just raw power. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the chance to see which one dominates the race. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown ends. Well, this is quite the classic showdown. The Mazda Miata from 1996 is known for its nimbleness and sharp handling, so it might have the edge on those twisty parts of Hockenheimring Vintage GP. On the other hand, the Saab 99 Turbo from 1978 has some serious turbocharged muscle, which could give it an unexpected boost down the straightaways. If the race is all about agility and quick turns, I'd put my money on Fuso's Miata. But if the Saab can utilize its turbo power on the open sections, it could surprise us all. My prediction? It's going to be a close call, but I think the Miata might just edge out the Saab with its finesse. Stay tuned, folks. This one's gonna be a fun watch. Alright folks, Maya's taking the pole position in her sleek 2017 McLaren 720 set at the Hockenheimring Vintage GP. She's got the fastest start, so let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the other street cars are going to surprise us. Stay tuned. Fishta Husky is leading the race with Maya right behind in second place. Metrixco is holding on to third, trying to keep up. Amy is climbing fast into 8th place. Shoebox TV is closing in on 10th. Rob Swizzle is now in 3rd, holding steady. Maya and Rob Swizzle are nose to tail for 2nd place. Metrixco is really having a rough time, dropping to 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is on a charge, climbing 5 spots to 14. Sylvie is making moves, now in 4th. Sylvie and Rob Swizzle are nose to tail for 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 2 spots to 12th. Scott Dixon is advancing 1 spot to 16th. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 16. Sophie just nudged into 3rd and Amy moved up 1 to 6th. Things are heating up. Beyond Two Dark Souls is closing in on Rob Swizzle, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. A Better Bloke is climbing 1 spot to 7. Shoebox TV is also moving up 1 spot to 8. Gina Jones is making a move, climbing up 3 spots to 13. Rob Swizzle is having a rough time, dropping 12 places to 16. Sophie is inching forward, grabbing the 2nd position. Beyond Two Dark Souls is climbing up to 4th place. Ingle McCringleberry is narrowing the distance to Waldo by almost 2 seconds. Gina Jones is chipping away at Platinumera, closing the gap by a little over a second. A Better Bloke has gained 1 position and is now in 5th place. Amy and A Better Bloke are battling closely for 5th. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Waldo, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Gina Jones is making a move, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Sophie is closing in on Fish to Husky, cutting the gap by a full second. Ingle McCringleberry just moved up 1 spot to 8th place, inching closer to the front. Beyond Two Dark Souls has moved up to 3rd place. A Better Bloke is closing in on Maya, shrinking the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones is catching Waldo, closing the gap by 2 seconds. New for Life is rapidly catching up to Team Tenatia, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Waldo, shrinking the distance by 2 seconds. Circa Mangate is closing in on Scott Dixon, reducing the gap by just over 2 seconds. The battle between Circa Mangate and Scott Dixon for the 16th spot is heating up. Scott Dixon is closing in on Yabora Wanda, now just 10 seconds behind. Sophie has taken the lead, now in 1st place. A Better Bloke has moved up to 4th place, making some solid progress. Zurich Amingate is gaining fast on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 12.5 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on Waldo, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Calican Bunny is climbing up 1 spot to take 20th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is gaining on Fish to Husky, closing the gap by over a second. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Waldo, cutting the distance by 3/4 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Waldo, closing the gap by 1/30 seconds. Yabuwai Romanda and Jackal are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Wow, Sophie really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Wow! Sovi really pulled it off and claimed the victory. Congratulations on that well-deserved win. And hey, Sovi also snagged the fastest lap, so they get to claim a 2006 Saleen 7 twin-turbo.Q. Nice choice if you like your street cars with a serious dose of speed. Hingham the Kringleberry, you impressed us all with the most overtakes. You get to take home a 2019 Brabham BT62 Wet. I bet that car is just as aggressive as your racing style. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the Chevrolet Camaro. It's got that sleek design and a bit more of a reputation for handling sharp corners, which could come in handy on the Albay circuit. The Mustang is no slouch either, but I think the Camaro might have the edge in this race. Alright. We've got Gina Jones in a Ford Mustang and Amy in a Chevrolet Camaro. Both are muscle cars with similar power, but the Mustang might have a slight edge in agility and handling around Alby's twists and turns. But hey, it's AI racing, so anything can happen. I'd put my money on Gina's Mustang taking the lead just because of that little extra edge and responsiveness. But don't count Amy out yet. Chevys are no strangers to surprising us. Let's see who claims the top spot. Alright everyone. The race begins at the Albay track, and leading the pack is the Trans Am class car, New for Life, in a sleek 2021 Ford Mustang. Looks like a pretty confident start from the front. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Hingham the Kringleberry in second, and Sovi holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Gina Jones is making a strong move up to third place. I'm right behind her, having overtaken 4 cars myself. Jackal is also climbing fast, grabbing 5th after passing 4 cars. The race is heating up. Tyler Drums 31 is making a bold move, climbing to 9th place. Yaboy Rwanda is not far behind, also gaining ground to 10th. Thomas Morin is inching up to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Gatesel Gaming is on a tier, overtaking 15 cars to claim the lead. Inobadixel is closing in on Bleach Mepsi, chipping away at the gap by 11.7 seconds. New for Life and Jzel Gaming are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. New for Life is now in first place. Trihat has moved up to second. Gina Jones is in third. The race is heating up. Billy is driving a Volkswagen Scirocco R Cup from 2011. They're currently in the middle of the pack, in the 16th place. And it looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves. Sophie is closing in on Beam Streams fast, just 7.1 seconds behind now. Yaboy Rwanda has climbed one spot to 9th place. Bleach Mepsi also gained one spot, now in 11th place. Sophie is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They're currently in 3rd place, so they're holding a strong position but still chasing the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 12th place. Sophie is closing in on Bean Streams, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Scott Dixon and Jackal are neck and neck for 5th place. Yaboy Rwanda is closing in on Thomas Morin, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Hingle McCringleberry has gained one spot and is now 11th. Yaboy Rwanda is gaining on Thomas Moran, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Sophie is hot on Bean Stream's tail, closing in by almost 4 seconds. Maya just overtook someone to claim 3rd place. Gina Jones and Maya are nose-to-nose for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Tyler Drums 31, shrinking the gap by 2.4 seconds. Jackal is really closing the gap on Gina Jones, chipping away at it by over 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is hot on Tyler Drums 31's tail, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Ixnoba just moved up one spot to 13, climbing the ranks nicely. The Trans Am cars are dominating with the top spots, showing they're well suited for this track. The TCE class is trailing behind, likely struggling with speed and handling on this circuit. Yaboy Rwanda and Thomas Moran are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is sneaking up on Yaboy Rwanda, chipping away at the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Sophie is closing in on Bean Streams, narrowing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing nicely into the top 10. Yaboy Rwanda and Thomas Moran are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Sophie is making a move, climbing into the 16th spot. Well, look at that. New for Life just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Oh, look at that. New for Life took the checkered flag, everyone. Big congratulations to them. They definitely earned it with that finish. Great job. And now a little prize fun. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro Trans AM. Just what you needed, right? Dina Jones, you won the bet race, so you get to take home a 2021 Ford Mustang Trans AM. Nice work, both of you. This race is heating up more than I expected. Sure thing. Did you know that Mont Tremblant North Track is famous for its stunning mountain views and challenging twists? It's like racing through a scenic postcard, but with a lot more speed and a chance to lose control if you're not careful. It's a real test of skill and bravery for those digital drivers. Alright, everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in. You don't want to miss out on the thrill of watching these AI cars tear up the track. Hurry up or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. The Ford Fairlane has that vintage charm, and probably a lot of horsepower under the hood. But the GTO is known for its muscle and agility. Honestly, if I had to pick, I'd lean towards Wei Fuan with the GTO. It's got that raw power and smooth handling that could give her the edge on Mont Tremblant North. But hey, Odzerod might surprise us with some old school tricks. It's going to be a fun race to watch and see which vintage beast takes the crown. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Mont Tremblant North. Scott Dixon, starting on pole in a classic 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, is ready to take us for a ride in vintage style. Buckle up! This should be fun. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead, holding the top spot. Kosinskost is right behind in second place, and Dongerzon 3 is close in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Kosinskost is now in first place. 192 kicks has moved up to fourth. Sovi is climbing to ninth. Looks like some strategic moves happening out there. Dre 192 Gates just overtook someone to climb into third place. Inga McCringleberry moved up 2 spots to 11th. Tyler Jones 31 gained 1 position to 15th. Tylodrums 31 and Wei Fuan are nose to nose for 14. Yasmin 196 and Dongazon 3 are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Sovi are locked in a close duel for 9th. Waifuan is climbing up to 14th place. Unclearly Gaming is now in 17th place. Ice is making moves to 19th place. Yasmin 196 and Dongerzon 3 are nose to tail for 4th place. Unclearly Gaming is climbing up to 15th. Maya just gained a spot to 16. She's closing in on Unclearly Gaming. Deplorable Apple is creeping up to 20. Tylodrums 31 is climbing up to 17th place. Spear Like Hail and Deplorably Apple are locked in a close fight for 20th. The vintage street cars are definitely bringing some classic chaos to Mont Tremblant North. The track's twists seem to favor the more agile models, but the heavy hitters are holding their ground. Overall, it's a mix of skill and nostalgia keeping things interesting. New for Life just overtook someone to take 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 9th. Oskzerad is making a move to 14. Gina Jones and Lakaiju are nose to tail for 7th place. Amy is climbing 1 spot to 10th. Sophie and Amy are locked in a close fight for 10th. Gina Jones is climbing to 7th place. Jackal has moved up to 11. Oskzerad is now in 13th. Hingle McCringleberry is driving the 1967 Plymouth GTX. He's currently in 9th place and has a fastest lap of 1:25.478. Looks like he's holding his ground pretty well. Ice is driving a 1970 Dodge Coronet Super B. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be holding steady with a pretty quick lap time of 1 minute 24.516. Looks like they're not making any big moves but staying consistent. New for Life just overtook someone to take 5th place. Unclearly Gaming and Tylodrums 31 are both climbing up 1 spot each, now sitting in 14th and 16th. New for Life just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Lakaiju and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 7th. Jackal is climbing up to 10th. Maya is currently in 7th place, holding steady. Amy and Jackal are still locked in that tight fight for 10th place. Tylodrums 31 just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Yasmin 196 and Dongerzon 3 are battling fiercely for 5th place. Lekayu just overtook 1 car to climb into 7th. Amy is inching closer to the top 10, moving up 1 spot. Yasmin 106 and Dongerzon 3 are nose to tail for 5th place. Amy just gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Unclearly Gaming is climbing 1 spot to 13th. Gia Jones is on a tier, climbing 5 places now. Deplorable keeps the momentum, moving up 3 more. Scott Dixon is having a rough day, dropping 18 spots and now sitting in 18th place. Maya is trying to overtake Ice, closing the gap. Unclearly Gaming is gaining ground but still a few spots behind. Amy is holding steady in 6th, not giving up that position easily. Wow, Chosen's Coast just took the top spot at Mont Tremblant North. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Congrats on the win. Wow, congratulations to Chosen's Coast for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. And hey, Scott Dixon, you snatched the fastest lap award. You can now claim the vintage 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, a classic choice for a classic racer. Alright, the 1984 Ferrari 288G Tau Evoluzione is basically the ancestor of every supercar you're daydreaming about. Fun fact: it was originally built to meet Group B racing regulations, but when the rules got cancelled, Ferrari kept developing it for the street instead. So in a way it's like a race car that got a sweet upgrade to be your everyday dream machine. Not too shabby, right? Alright folks, you better make your choices quick, because the clock is ticking down, and the cars are revving up. Don't miss your chance to pick the winner or the biggest surprise of the race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Ferrari 288 GTO from Deluxe Combo versus the Ferrari F40, driven by Scott Dixon. Both iconic cars with their own charm. The GTO is known for its agility and raw power for its time. But the 40 was built to be a beast with aggressive aerodynamics and a more modern turbocharged engine. I'd say it's a close call, but slightly in favor of the 40 because of its reputation for speed and handling, especially on a track like Arnaud Durand. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Buckle up, this is going to be a fun race to watch. right, folks. The race is underway at Anouduran, and Wolf's Light is starting strong on pole with that classic 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its lead or if the newer rivals will catch up. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off to the lead. Deluxe Combo is right behind in second, and Wolf's Light is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Tyler Drums 31 are neck and neck for 7th place. Sovi is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to reach 13th. Scott Dixon and I are nose to tail for 5th place. Gina Jones is inching closer to the top 10. Gina Jones just overtook 1 car to climb into 7th place. Jackal is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to sit in 9th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Jackal are nose to tail for 9th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Telesoft is driving a 1988 De Tomaso Pantera GT5. They are currently in the 13th place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves. Deluxe Combo is really closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, just over a second behind now. Gina Jones is climbing fast, up 2 spots to 5th. Maya is stuck in 11th, trying to find some pace. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. She just overtook someone and is now in a close fight with Wolf's Light for 3rd. Amy and Gina are also battling hard for 4th, so expect some more moves soon. Gina Jones is now in 3rd place, inching closer to the top. Amy is right behind her in 4th, not letting her get too comfortable. Scott Dixon is closing the gap on Wolf's Light, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Looks like a battle might be brewing. Tyler Drums 31 is driving a 1995 Dodge Viper RT10. They're currently in the 10th place, so not quite the front runners but hanging in there. Deluxe Combo is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, and they are neck and neck for the lead. Gina Jones is not far behind, chopping down the distance by a significant margin. Gina Jones just nudged into 2nd place. Deluxe Combo and Gina are nose to nose for that spot. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is climbing up to 5th. Looks like he's got some momentum. Amy is closing in on Deluxe Combo, now just a few seconds behind. Sovi is on the move, overtaking 3 cars and climbing to 9th place. Jackal is having a rough time, dropping 6 positions down to 14th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is now in 4th place. Tyler Drums 31 has moved up to 6th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Wolf's Light, cutting the gap by over a second. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is driving a Dower 962 LM, a car known for its endurance and racing pedigree. They are currently in 5th place, making a solid move from the back of the pack. Looks like they're pushing hard to climb higher. Gina Jones is now in 1st place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross has moved up to 3rd. Deluxe Combo is right behind in a fierce fight for 3rd place with Iron Cross or Wooden Cross. Scott Dixon is driving a 1987 Ferrari F40, a classic supercar known for its raw power and iconic design. He's currently in 8th place, just behind the leaders, but his fastest lap is a solid one, 56.064. Looks like he's trying to make a move but hasn't quite found the pace to break into the top 5 yet. Congratulations, Gina! Looks like all that hard work paid off. Now you can enjoy the sweet taste of victory. Just don't forget who's boss on the track. Wow, what an incredible performance from Gina Jones. She truly dominated today, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. That's a triple crown right there. Gina, congratulations on this well-deserved victory. You can now claim the legendary 1996 Porsche 911 GT1, a real gem for any street car enthusiast. And a huge shout out to Super 2. 7 days in a row winning a race is no small feat. With those 500 request points, you're really stacking up the rewards. Keep up the winning streak. Alright, racers. You've got just a few moments left to pick your cars. Don't leave it to the last second or you might end up with something totally embarrassing. Get those selections in now before the countdown finishes. Oh, this is a classic showdown with vintage flair. The Tyrrell 002 from 1971 is a solid choice, known for its balance and agility back in the day. But the McLaren M19A? That car has a bit of a reputation for being sharp and quick on the corners. Honestly, it's a tough call. If the race hinges on straight-line speed, the McLaren might have an edge. But if tight turns and handling are the game, the Tyrrell could squeeze out a win. I'd put my money on Sedamo James and the McLaren, just because it has that slightly more aggressive design. But don't count out Hingle McCringleberry and the Tyrrell. Vintage can sometimes surprise us. Either way, I'm excited to see these classics duke it out. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Magione short track. Maya's on pole with that classic 1971 Tyrrell 00. So let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the other cars will surprise us. Stay tuned. Maya is leading right out of the gate. New for Life is holding strong in second, and Sophie is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Alan 656 is now in second place after overtaking two cars. New for Life and Alan 656 are nose to tail, fighting for second. Gina Jones has climbed 2 spots and is now in fifth. New for Life is now in second place. Abomzi has also gained a position and is in 6th. Super Ziggy and Abomzi are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like a good old-fashioned duel. Super Ziggy is driving a Lotus 72C, which is known for its aerodynamic design and handling. They're currently in 5th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Hingle McCringleberry is racing a Tyrrell 002 from 1971. They're currently in the last place but still on the track, so maybe there's hope for a comeback or just enjoying the scenery. Amy just slipped back to 10th place. Oaks Wolfey and Amy still neck and neck for 9th. Yama Priest is gaining ground on Jackal and closing the gap to just under a second. The fight for 13th is heating up with Yama Priest and Jackal trading positions. Abomzi is driving a 1971B RM P160. They're currently in 7th place and have the fastest lap among the BRM P160s. Looks like they're pushing hard but still a few spots behind the leaders. The F1 1971 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners at Magione short favor those with quick lap times and good overtaking skills. The car class seems to be holding its own, but the smaller differences in lap times are making the real difference. New for Life is driving a 1971 Tyrrell 002, currently holding 2nd place. They're close behind Maya, but not quite catching up yet. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Maya is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Abomzi is climbing up to 5th place. Super Sigi is also making progress, now in 6th. Looks like they're both on the move. Navling is racing a Brabham BT34, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. They're currently in 16th place, just hanging around the middle of the pack. Abomzi is holding a solid 8th place and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's saving the best for last. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled to win. Looks like all those laps paid off. Congrats on the victory. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an incredible display of skill and determination. Great job. And a huge congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race and earning the rights to claim the 1971 Tyrrell 002. That's a classic piece of racing history right there. Well done. Sure thing. The Ailes track is famous for its tricky sharp turns and sudden elevation changes, which make the race more like a roller coaster than a road course. It's like the cars are trying to prove they have more thrill-seeking spirit than a theme park ride. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hustle. The countdown is almost over, and then it's all on autopilot. Make your choice before we dive into the race, or you might end up with a lemon instead of a Lamborghini. Wow, what a matchup! We have Deplorably Apple in a 2011 Lamborghini Aventador, which is a powerhouse, all modern and flashy. On the other hand, Dre 192 Bex rolls back to a 1955 Porsche 356A, which is adorable but definitely not a speed demon. Given the cars, I'd say Deplorably Apple has the upper hand here. The Lamborghini is built for speed and agility, while the Porsche from the 50s, charming as it is, will probably struggle to keep up. My money is on Deplorably Apple to take this one. But hey, surprises happen, especially with AI racing. So let's see who truly dominates the track. Alright everyone, the race is on at Ailes. Rex and Sir is starting out in the front with that 2014 Ford Falcon FG GTF 351. So let's see if he can hold on to that pole position, or if the other cars have some tricks up their sleeve. Rexner is leading the race, followed closely by Amy in second place and Jackal in third. Looks like a tight start. Gina Jones is charging through the field, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lazy Towner has climbed 1 spot to take 4th. Scott Dixon and Lazy Towner are nose to tail in a fierce fight for 4th place. Deplorably Apple is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 3rd place. Gina Jones is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to land in 5th. And I'm just inching up 1 spot to 6th. Slow and steady, right? Amy is now in first place. Deplorably, Apple is gaining on Rex and Zara, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Amy is leading the race in a 27 SSC Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo Dotto. Looks like she's got a comfortable gap and is setting the pace. Lazy Towner is climbing up to third place. Lazy Towner and Rex and Zara are nose to tail for second. Deplorably, Apple and Lazy Towner are fighting hard for third. Lazy Towner is climbing to second place. Gina Jones is now in fourth. New for Life is pushing into seventh. Gina Jones is climbing to third place. Deplorably Apple is also moving up to fourth. Rex and Sarah and Deplorably Apple are nose to nose for the fourth spot. Scott Dixon is driving a 1990 Volkswagen Golf GTI. He's currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making much noise so far. Lazy Towner is cruising in a Lamborghini Aventador, currently holding second place. Looks like they're making the most of that V12 power, staying close to Amy at the front. The race seems tight with the Aventador in a strong position. Hey. Gina Jones is driving a Lamborghini Aventador from 2011. She's currently in third place and has a decent lap time of 1:29.506, so she's holding her own in the top three. Maya is driving a 27 SSC Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo, starting 6th. She's currently in 5th place just behind the leader. Looks like she's holding her own with the fastest lap of 1:31.201. Not bad, but she might want to watch out for those Lamborghini Aventadors closing in. New for Life is stuck in 9th place with a lap time of over a minute and 37 seconds. Their Lamborghini Diablo V is vintage, but clearly not the fastest on the track today. Lazy Towner is cruising in a Lamborghini Aventador, a beast known for its speed and sharp handling. Looks like they're comfortably holding second place, with a fastest lap of just under 1:29.2. Seems like a smooth ride so far. Wow, Amy, you really took the lead. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on your win. Wow, Amy really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race. You definitely earned it. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, so you can claim the 2007 SS Ultimate Aero Twin Turbo Review. That's a sleek choice for sure. Deplorably, Apple. You won the bet race, so the 2011 Lamborghini Aventador is yours. Nice work there. And Gina Jones, you did the most overtakes, so another Lamborghini Aventador is heading your way. Looks like everyone's got a new shiny prize. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on Wakefield Park Circuit, I'd go with the 2018 McLaren Senna. It's built for speed, agility, and handling on twisty tracks, and I bet it could carve through that circuit with style and precision. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down faster than a race car on a straightaway. Get those selections in before the buzzer, or you might end up with a lemon instead of a speedster. Wow, this is like choosing between a sleek, modern race car and a muscle car that probably has a ton of character. The Audi R8 is definitely built for speed and agility, perfect for navigating Wakefield Park's twists and turns. The Shelby Super Snake, on the other hand, is known for its raw power and straight-line dominance. If this were a straight race, I'd say the Super Snake might have the edge with its horsepower, but Wakefield Park's curves could favor the Audi. So it's a bit of a toss-up, but I'd lean towards the Audi R8 because of its precision handling. Who do you think will take it? Hey there, Everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us for some AI car racing action. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Wakefield Park, and leading the pack is Amy in her 2018 McLaren Senna Deploy Senna. She's got the pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to it or if the others will challenge her. Good morning, everyone. Looks like Everlasting Apex is feeling cozy today. Hope you're all ready for some high-speed chaos. Remember, if you want to join the race, just type !race and pick your car. Who's taking the lead so far? Amy's probably got it in the bag, but don't count out Gina or the Camaro just yet. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second and Gina Jones in third. Looks like a tight start already. Sophie is driving a Ferrari LaFerrari, known for its hybrid powertrain and incredible speed. Looks like Sophie is making steady progress and climbing up the ranks. Maya is driving a 2012 Zenboas T1, starting in 5th place. Looks like she's holding her ground but not making any major moves yet. Sophie is climbing up to 7th place now. Scott Dixon and Sophie are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th spot. Unknown Tactics is driving a Shelby G T500 Super Snake, known for its raw power and aggressive styling. Looks like they're holding steady in 10th place, but they might want to watch out for those behind them trying to catch up. Jackal is driving a Chevrolet Camaro ZL1, a muscle car known for its raw power and straight-line speed. Looks like they're holding steady in 4th place, but no real pressure from behind yet. Maya is trying to hold on to that 4th place, but Jackal is right on her tail. Scott Dixon is closing in fast on No for Life, and the gap is shrinking quickly. They're all packed up in a tight fight for 6th place now. Sophie is climbing up to 7th place. The Betty White Show is now in 10th. Looks like Sophie is on the move. Scott Dixon's Porsche 911 97 Turbo is hanging in 8th place, but with that lap time over a minute 8, he's definitely not setting the pace. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Maya and Jackal are nose to tail for 4th place. Sophie is closing in on No for Life and has cut the gap to just over a 1.5 seconds. Buzzo is hot on the heels of the Betty White Show, closing the gap by a similar margin. Buzzo and the Betty White Show are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. The modern supercars are showing their speed with Amy leading and Sophie close behind. The track seems to favor high-performance street cars, but the slower lap times from the older Porsche and Shelby suggest track conditions might be challenging for some. The Betty White Show is driving a 2017 Audi R8. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in 10th place, and quite a bit behind the leader. Maya just overtook Jackal for 4th place. Looks like the race is heating up. Sophie is also climbing now in 6th. Things are getting interesting behind the leaders. The track's tight corners seem to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders, while the longer straights are letting some of the slower cars catch up. Gina Jones is driving a 2014 McLaren 650, a car known for its sharp handling and speed. She's currently in 3rd place, staying close behind the leaders, so her race looks pretty competitive so far. England McCringleberry is leading the race in a Zenvo ST1 from 2012. He's holding a comfortable gap and has the 2nd fastest lap time. Looks like he's enjoying the speed without much trouble. Sophie is climbing up to 5th place. Stabby Killens and Unknown Tactics are locked in a fierce fight for the 10th spot. First, Abigail Killams is driving a 2017 Porsche 911 GT2 RS. They're currently in 12th place, and their lap time is just under 7 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Wow, Amy, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Amy for winning the race. That was a spectacular drive. And great news for Amy too. You now have the chance to claim a 2018 McLaren Senna, a true masterpiece of modern street cars. Zoe, you really went all out with the most overtakes, so you get to claim a 2015 Ferrari LaFerrari. Nice work, both of you. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite AI car yet, now's the time to jump in before the race starts. Don't make me choose for you, because trust me, I'd pick the slowest one just for fun. Get your picks in quick. Ooh, this is a tasty matchup. The 2019 BMW M8 GTE is a bit newer and probably has some tech tricks up its sleeve compared to the 2016 BMW M6 GTM. Both cars are powerful and sporty, but the M8 GT might have the edge in handling and agility, especially on a course like Watkins Glen, short classic that favors swift, technical driving. Amy's car has a bit more modern engineering, so I'd say she might just have the upper hand here. But hey, Jackal's car is no slouch, so it's not a done deal until they hit the finish line. If Jackal gets a good start, we could see some surprises. Overall, I'd bet on Amy to take it just because of the latest tech and a slight edge in design. But honestly, anything can happen in these AI races, so it's all about the thrill. Alright folks, the race is underway at Watkins Glen Short Classic, and leading the pack is Boboté in a 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GTE. Looks like he's got a great spot to start from, but let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Boboté has shot off the line and taken the lead. Amy is holding strong in second place, just ahead of Jackal in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. DZK Rogers just overtook Sovi to take 4th place. Sovi and DCKB Zerogers are nose to tail in that battle for 4th. Its Sarah Roar is climbing up to 6th place. Sovi is climbing up to 4th place. New for Life is also moving up to 6th. Its Sarah and New for Life are locked in a close fight for the 6th spot. Bill the Old Guy is climbing up to 7th place. James Mayo is advancing to 10th. Buckyboard is making a move to 19th. Bill the Old Guy is holding on to 6th place, but New for Life is trying to squeeze past. James Mayo and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 9th. Scott Dixon and Rookie Miriki are battling for 14th with no clear winner yet. Bill the Old Guy and Wuffer Life are nose to tail for 6th place. Mirgutsu just gained 1 spot to move into 24th. Emphatic and Mirgutsu are also battling closely for 24th. Bill the Old Guy just moved up to 6th place. He's now in a close fight with New for Life for 5th. Looks like DCKB Zerogers is right behind, ready to pounce. Bufina 19 is making a move, and now in the top 20. Yama Priest is also climbing, both of them making some aggressive overtakes. Scott Dixon is losing ground, dropping 6 places and now in 21st. Bill the Old Guy is climbing nicely into the top 5. Move for Life and DCKB Zerox are still neck and neck for 6th place. Mafia Navi is making a move up to 21st. Move for Life just overtook someone to move into 6th place. DKKK Seroguts and Move for Life are nose to nose for 6th position. James Mayo and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 8th. James Mayo is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 6th place. Jackal is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Sovi is also on the move, climbing 1 position to 3rd. Scott Dixon is closing in on Cover rapidly, cutting the gap by 7 seconds. James Mayo and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. DKKP Patesy Rogerts is on the move, climbing 1 spot to 7th. James Mayo is climbing up to 5th place. Tokidoki Bray is now 14. Naturalian Lucky has inched into 15th. Its Soror just overtook someone to take 8th place. Lazy Towner is now in 26th after a smooth move. Kikus Lady X3 climbs to 27. Race heating up nicely. Filthy Old Guy and Sovi are nose to tail for 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained a spot to 8th. Rookie Miriki and Maya are locked in a close fight for 10th. Filthy Old Guy and Sovi are neck and neck for 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on DC Rogerts, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Flanky Frankie just climbed one spot to 17th. Jackal is closing in on Bobo T, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Bill the Old Guy is climbing up to 3rd place. Ruki Miriki is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 9th. Gina Jones just sneaked into the 12th spot. Nargutsu and Flinchicott 21 are nose-to-nose for 24. Amy is closing in on Cover fast, cutting the gap by over 2.5 seconds. Nargutsu is climbing to 24th place. Lazy Towner is chipping away at Flinchicott 21's lead by over a second and a half. Amy is closing the distance to Cover by a solid 2.5 seconds. Wow, Bubote just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was really in the zone today. Congrats on the win. Wow, congratulations to Boba T. You really raced your way to victory. Well done. And for Jackal, great job on winning that bet race. You get to claim the sleek 2016 BMW M6G TLM. Nice prize. Keep those motors running, everyone. Alright folks, last chance to pick your champion. The clock is ticking down and soon these AI racers will be unleashed. Make your pick or risk missing out on the thrill of watching chaos unfold on the track. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, did you know that Group 5 racing cars were basically the wild kids of the racing world? They had the freedom to modify their cars almost without limits, making them look like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Imagine a car with huge wings, crazy wide tires and crazy aerodynamics, just to go a little faster. It's like they took regular racing cars, gave them a supercharged makeover, and said, "Let's see what these beasts can do." Wow, this is quite the matchup. The 1978 Porsche 935/78 is a legendary car, known for its speed and dominance on the track. It's a powerhouse with a history of serious racing pedigree. On the other hand, The 1981 Nissan Bluebird Silhouette might look a little more modest. But who knows? Sometimes the underdogs surprise us all. Given the cars, I'd say Maya's Porsche has the edge in raw speed and agility. The Bluebird is more of a sleeper, but with AI at the wheel, anything can happen. Still, I'd put my chips on Maya's Porsche for the win, but I'm keeping an eye on that Bluebird just in case it pulls a surprise. Alright folks, the race is underway at Castle Combe, and Gina Jones is starting at the front in her classic 1977 Lancia Stratos Turbo. Let's see if her vintage can keep up with all the newer machines. Gina Jones is leading the race. New for Life is right behind in second, and Feskis is holding on to third. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace early on. Sophie and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-tail battling for 8th place. Amy has just overtaken someone to move into 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 9th after losing a spot to Sophie. Maya is now in 2nd place, climbing 2 spots. New for Life and Maya are nose-to-tail fighting for 2nd. Amy has also gained 2 spots and is now in 4th. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 5th place. Unistakes is now in 10th. Prodigy Place 58 has moved into 15th. Scott Dixon and Move for Life are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Sophie are swapping paint for 8th. Amy just gained a spot to 3rd. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Sophie and Jackal are battling closely for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry and Sophie are also in a tight fight for 8th. Scott Dixon is now in 3rd place, inching closer to the leaders. Amy and Scott are still neck and neck for 3rd position. No clear winner yet. Sophie and Jackal are fighting hard for 7th. Looks like a close one. Move for Life just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Sophie is climbing up to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move to 8th. Things are getting interesting behind the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry and Sophie are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Pat Sorts is sneaking up 1 spot to 17th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Feskis are nose-to-nose for 6th. Pat Sorts and AP Dope are locked in a close fight for 16th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. King Root and Pat Sorts are nose-to-nose for 17th. Pace. ARR is driving a 1970 AMC Javelin Dain. They're currently in 12th place, just behind the leaders in the vintage Trans Am group. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a little more speed to catch up. Justin Gilks is driving a vintage Plymouth Barracuda and is currently in 11th place. Their fastest lap is slightly behind the leaders, but they're holding steady in the middle of the pack. Gina Jones is leading in her 1977 Lancia Stratos Turbo, a classic rally legend. She's maintaining a solid pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's in control for now. Kingroth is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, with a decent lap time but no real push to move up. Apidope just climbed to 15th place. Patsorts is now 16th. Kingroth has moved into 17th. Looks like everyone's feeling ambitious today. The tight corners at Castlecombe seem to favor the more agile cars like the Lancia Stratos and the Ferrari, while the longer straights give a slight edge to the Porsche and the Corvette. Apidope is driving a 1969 AMC Javelin. They're currently in the 18th place, which suggests a tough race so far. Pace CIR is climbing up to the 13th place. Big Boy Betts and Pace CIR are nose-to-nose for 12. Apidope is closing in on Aceroni, the gap shrinking fast. Well, look at that. Gina Jones just took the top spot. Clearly, she's got the need for speed and a knack for winning. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Gina Jones, congratulations. You really showed those cars who's boss today. Claim that gorgeous 1977 Lancia Stratos Turbo. It's a classic for a reason. And hey, look at me winning the bet race. I'll be rolling around in the 1978 Porsche 935/78. A real beauty. And I plan to drive it like I stole it. Hingle Kringleberry, you're the master of overtakes. You've earned yourself the 1978 Grenwood Corvette GTX. I hope you're ready to turn some heads with that beast. Great race, everyone. Alright everyone, the countdown is ticking down. If you want your favorite AI car to hit the track, now's the time to make that choice before the time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which car will dominate the race. Oh wow, what a matchup! The 1961 Cooper T55 versus the 1962 Lotus 2.5. Classic cars. Both of them had their glory days. But I have to say the Lotus 2.5 is known for its innovative monocoque design, which gives it a nice edge in handling and aerodynamics. Gina Jones is definitely driving a beautiful vintage, but in a race like this, the Lotus might just have the edge because of its lightweight construction and agility. I'd probably put my chips on Jackal and the Lotus to take the win here, but hey, with AI behind the wheels, anything can happen. Let's see if Gina can surprise us. Alright folks, Just Tive is taking the lead from pole position in that classic 1963 Brabham BT3. Things are already looking interesting at the Ruapuna Park track. Stay tuned. Just has taken an early lead, with Move for Life right behind in second place. Morning Stars is currently holding on to third. The race is already heating up. Move for Life just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy is closing in on the third place. Ingle McCringleberry and Dr. Keeps Appleway are still neck and neck for fifth. Abeta Bloke is climbing fast into sixth place. Maya is making a move, now in eighth. Scott Dixon is on the charge, up to ninth after overtaking 5 cars. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Jackal is now in 6th. Scott Dixon has gained 2 spots and is in 7th. Young Chubby Panda is driving in 1963 Brabham BT3 Dion. They are currently in the 12th position, so their race seems steady, but not spectacular. Daisy Shines just climbed up to 9th place. Sovi is also making moves, now in 10th. Looks like they're both on a roll. Morning Starsel is really pushing to catch up with me. Amy is now just 1 spot behind in 2nd place. Scott Dixon and Jackal are nose to nose for 6th place. Morning Star is chipping away at my lead, closing in by a second and a half. Morning Starsel is closing in fast on Maya, cutting the gap by 5.5 seconds. Daisy Shines has climbed 1 spot to take 8th place. Avatar Bloke and Daisy Shines are locked in a tight battle for 8th. Amy is driving a 1965 Cooper T77, starting from 5th place. Looks like she's holding steady in 2nd. Not bad for a mid-pack start. Dr. Keeps Appleway is driving a 1965 Honda R, a 272i. They're currently in 6th place, so they're holding a decent position but still have some room to improve. Scott Dixon is climbing to 6th place. I see Maya is gaining on Sovi, closing the gap by a second and a half. Scott Dixon's Ferrari 158 is currently in 7th place. Looks like he's making a steady climb but still has some ground to cover. Yum Chubby Panda is driving a 1963 Brabham BT3T. Their race looks pretty steady in the middle of the pack, sitting in the 12th spot. Jackal is racing a 1962 Lotus 2.5, which is known for its sleek design and good handling. Right now, he's in 7th place but has the slowest, fastest lap among the top contenders. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the pace. Morning Starsel is driving a Lotus 33 that started in 3rd position. Their race time is stuck at 99.9. So it looks like they might be having technical issues or haven't completed a lap yet. Ingo Mekringleberry is driving a 1965 Honda R at 272. Their race seems steady, but not quite as quick as some others, sitting in the middle of the pack. Yum Chubby Panda is driving a 1963 Brabham BT3T. They're currently in the 12th position and have a decent lap time, but they need to pick up the pace if they want to climb higher. Dr. Keeps Appleway is driving a 1965 Honda R at 272. They're currently in 6th place, just behind the top 5, and their fastest lap is a solid one, 50.426. Looks like they're holding their own in the midfield. Wow, looks like En Wu for life. Just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps really paid off. Well done. Wow, Moo for life, you really stole the show. Congratulations on winning the race, that was some impressive driving. Great job keeping the competition on their toes. And now for the exciting part. Amy, you've earned yourself the fastest lap, so you get to claim the classic 1965 Cooper T77. Nice work pushing those limits. Gina Jones, since you took the bet race and came out on top, the sleek 1961 Cooper T55 is yours. Well done. And Scott Dixon, for the most daring moves and overtakes, you can claim the stunning 1964 Ferrari 158. Great stuff all around. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get in there and make your choice. We don't want a race of mysterious mystery cars, do we? Hurry up before the clock runs out. Alright, everyone, this is a race to watch. Scott Dixon in the vintage 1982 Mazda 7-7C versus Gutsu in the classic 1985 WMP83. Both cars have their unique charm, but let's be honest, the Mazda 717C is a bit of an underdog here with its older tech. That being said, Scott Dixon is no stranger to racing, even if it's just in AI form. The WMP83 might have a slight edge with its design and tech from the mid-80s, but on Nonstop, the track's twists and turns could throw some surprises. I'd say, unless the Mazda's engine has some secret sauce, Gutsu's car might have the upper hand in terms of stability. Still, racing is unpredictable. I'm leaning towards the WMP83 coming out ahead, but don't count out Scott Dixon's Mazda just yet. It's AI racing after all. Anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is underway at Nonstop, and leading the pack is our very own Group C2 car. The classic 1984 Rondoine 482, starting from pole position. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if the others have some tricks up their sleeves. Right at the start, Maya is holding the lead. Cobracol is right behind in second, and Hingle McCringleberry is in third. Looks like a tight pack already. Lux Ravenous is climbing to third place. Amy is now in fourth. Gutsu has moved up to 7. New for Life is in 9th place with a Lola T616 Stella. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The race seems to be a tight squeeze for them. Scroogechamp just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Gina Jones and Scroogechamp are nose to nose, fighting for that same spot. New for Life and Gutsu are nose to tail for 7th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 14th. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 5th place. New for Life is also making moves, now in 7th. Looks like some steady progress. Cobracol is now in 1st place. Lux Ravenous has moved into 2nd. Amy is climbing into 3rd. The race is heating up. Gutsu is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Sputnik NZ and Schoolbus Rust FE are right behind, both making bold moves to 6th and 7th. Looks like a tight battle forming. New for Life is on a roll, climbing 9 spots to take the lead. Cobracol is not giving up easily, staying close in the fight for 1st. Gina Jones and Toucan's Flora are locked in a close duel for 12th place. Cobracol just overtook someone to take the lead. Lux Ravenous is closing in, and those two are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for the top spot is heating up. Toucan's Flora is climbing to 10th place. Gina Jones is now in 11th. Looks like they're both on the move. Scroogechamp is on a roll, climbing 8 spots to 4th place. Lux Ravenous is dropping back 7 positions. Now, in 9th. Amy is inching closer, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Megutsu is climbing to 4th place. School bus Rustefte is now in 5th. Sovi is making his way to 6th. Sovi is climbing fast, now in 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Megutsu is closing in rapidly, shrinking the gap by almost 9 seconds. Sputnik NZ is making a move, also overtaking 3 cars to sit in 6th. Schoolbus Rustev is climbing to 9th place. Maya is also moving up to 10th place. Looks like the race is heating up. Jackal is now just a second behind Megutsu. Maya is gaining on Schoolbus Rest AV, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Jackal is driving a 1983 Sauber C7s. They started in 12th and are currently in 6th, so they're making some moves. Dovi is driving a 1982 URDC 81, a classic Group C2 car. They're currently in 3rd place and have the 3rd fastest lap time. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. The track seems to favor the faster lap times with the Group C2 cars, especially those pushing under a minute and 36 seconds. The slower lap time suggests some drivers are struggling with the circuit's demands. Maya is leading in the race with a fastest lap of 135.919. Her car, the 1984 Rondo M482, is performing strongly, and she's holding a solid 1st place. Looks like she's in control so far. Sputnik NZ is gaining on Megutsu, closing the distance by 140 seconds. I am inching closer to Schoolbus Thrust TV, chipping away 2.2 seconds. Tukins Flora is in 8th place with a Mazda Harrier R X83C. Their fastest lap is 1:42.627, but they seem to be struggling a bit, as their position hasn't improved much. Wow, Cobracle really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, Cobracle really pulled off an impressive win. Congrats on that victory, you earned it. Now, for the rest of you who did some serious work. Maya, snagging the fastest lap means a shiny 1984 Rondo M482 is yours. And Jackal, with the most overtakes, you get the 1983 Sauber C7. Great effort from everyone. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down to the final seconds to pick your favorite car. Make sure you get your choices in before it's too late, otherwise you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up, you don't want to miss out on the action. Here's a fun fact for you. The British Touring Car Championship cars are so closely matched in performance that sometimes the race comes down to driver skill and a tiny mistake instead of outright power. It's like a high-stakes game of chess with screeching tires and roaring engines. Hey, come to Valentina Sutter. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for our crazy AI cars racing. Sit tight and enjoy the chaos on the track. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. The Chaotic Weirdos 1991 Ford Sierra. Sapphire is known for its classic charm and rear-wheel drive agility, which could give it an edge on the twists and turns of Nonstop. Meanwhile, Cheese and Dasher's 1999 Opel Vectra isn't exactly a racing beast, but its lighter weight and more modern design might help it stay competitive. Honestly, I'd lean towards the Chaotic Weirdos Ford for its driving dynamics and experience in racing-like conditions. But hey, the Opel might just surprise us with some clever moves. It's a close call, but I'd put my money on the Ford car winning. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Nonstop, and leading the pack is the Gaming Fight Cancer car, a classic 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. That old beauty is showing some serious attitude right out of the gate. Gaming Fight Cancer has shot off the line into the lead. Your instinct is right behind, trying to keep up. Rose Auris is holding third, but not for long, I bet. Rose Auris and Jackal are still neck and neck for third place. Jackal just edged ahead. New Real Life is closing in on sixth place. Rose Auris just overtook someone to take third place. Amy is climbing up to 10. Eganarite and Amy are nose to nose for 9th. Eganarite just gained one more spot, now in 9th place. Maya and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 15th. Looks like a fun little scrap. Violetta Mama is driving a 1993 Ford Mondeo and is currently in the 13th place. Looks like she's making a steady climb up the ranks. Come to Valentina Sotta is driving a 1993 Ford Mondeo. They're currently in 15th place, so they're making a bit of a climb but still have some ground to cover. Jackal and Rosaurus are nose to tail for third place. Eganarite has gained one spot, and is now in 8th. Hinguleme Kringleberry and Eganarite are locked in a close fight for 8th. ADV is climbing up to 4th place. Hinguleme Kringleberry is also making moves. Now in 8th. Come to Valentina Sotta is driving a 1993 Ford Mondeo. They are currently in the 15th place, trying to make moves but still stuck behind some others. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. New for Life just overtook someone to take 5th place. The race between New for Life and Idealif for 4th is heating up. Inga McCringleberry and Sovi are nose to nose for 7th. Jackal is climbing to 5th place. Sovi is closing in on Nubview for Life, cutting the gap by over a second. The Chaotic Weirdo is making a move to 14th. Your Instinct is holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly got the pace. Looks like he's in control for now. Your Instinct is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's looking pretty comfortable for now. Move for Life just overtook Jackal to move into 5th place. They are now nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Meanwhile, Amy and Generate are still locked in a close fight for 9th. Could go either way at this point. Jackal is climbing to 5th place. The Chaotic Weirdo has gained 2 spots and is now in 13th. Comta Valentina Sauter and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for the 13th position. Scott Dixon is driving a Nissan Primera P10, currently in the middle of the pack. His fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leaders, so he's hanging in there but not quite challenging for the top spots. Idili is driving a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155T. S looks like they're holding a solid position in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 5. No major dramas so far. Move for Life just overtook Jackal for 5th place. They're really neck and neck. Amy and Degenerate still battling for 9th. No clear winner yet. Jackal is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Move for Life and Jackal are nose to tail for 5th. The Chaotic Weirdo and Comte Valentini Sauter are battling for 13th. Looks like a close one. Wow, Gaming-Tophi Cancer took the checkered flag. Looks like they're not just fighting cancer but also dominating the racetrack. Well done. Wow, big congrats to Gaming-Tophi Cancer. They really pulled ahead and deserved that win. Now, for the rest of you, exciting news? Kemp the Valentina Sauter, you did the most overtakes, so you get to claim the 1993 Ford Mondeo from BTC. Not a bad prize for making those daring moves. Keep up the good racing, everyone. Sure. Did you know NASCAR vehicles are built to be so tough that they can actually withstand a lot of crashes and still keep running? It's like they're made of a mix between a race car and a superhero suit. They put a lot of effort into safety, but honestly, it's pretty impressive how these cars keep pushing through the chaos on the track. Alright, so we've got Flinchicott 21 in a Chevrolet SS and Celestial Inari in a Toyota Camry. Both are solid cars, but the Chevrolet SS has a bit more muscle and a sportier vibe, especially in a race like Talladega, where power and aerodynamics matter. The Camry is reliable and steady, but it's not exactly known for its speed on these high-banked superspeedways. Given the car choices, I'd put my chips on Flinchicott 21 to take the lead, especially if they can harness that extra speed and agility. Celestial Inari might put up a good fight, but I'd say the Chevrolet has a slight edge here. Alright folks, Jordan F is kicking things off at the pole in a 2017 Ford Fusion. Let's see if that early lead sticks, or if the AI chaos takes over. Jordan F has shot off the line to take the lead. Botka Mooning is right behind in second place, and Lisa Shibi is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Botka Mooning just took the lead and is now in first place. Jordan F and Botka Mooning are still nose-to-nose for the top spot. Jekyll has moved up to third place and is now chasing Jordan F and Maya for second. The fight for the podium is heating up. Shotskis is on a tier up front taking the lead. Arlo Ghost is not far behind, making moves to second. Buckyboard is climbing fast into third. Looks like a three-way fight for the top spot. Botka Mooning is making a bold move, climbing through the field to take the lead. Jordan F is not far behind, also making impressive progress. Jackal is on a serious charge, overtaking nearly a quarter of the grid to sit in third. Jekyll has just overtaken someone to climb into second place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is making a move and is now in third, closing the gap. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Jackal are neck and neck, fighting hard for second. Shotskis is making a move and now in ninth place after overtaking three cars. Jackal is holding the lead at the moment, moving up one spot to first. Jordan F is also climbing, advancing 2 places to take second. Beyond Two Dark Souls is storming to the front, now in first place. Wayne Ibretsky is making a huge push, climbing to third. I am also gaining ground, overtaking 21 cars to sit in fourth. Jordan F just made a quick move to second place. Bean Streams is right behind, also climbing fast to third. Cero Timiliv is catching up, now in fourth. Looks like a tight battle shaping up. Case Teflex is climbing fast, now in 20th place. Our Special is right behind, also making moves to 21. Scott Dixon is on a roll, overtaking 6 cars to land in 22. Beyond Two Dark Souls is making a nice climb, overtaking 6 cars to reach 22nd place. D-Factor is inching forward, moving up 1 spot to 7th. Shotskis and D-Factor are locked in a close duel for 7th place. Wayne Gretzky is making a solid move up to 24th place. Maya is right behind, also climbing through the pack. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Bain Streams, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Wayne Gretzky is closing in on a Cirone fast, cutting the gap by over 15 seconds. Scott Dixon is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to climb to the 26th spot. Gina Jones is also on the rise, passing 3 cars to reach 27. Plebis 3 just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Plebis 3 and Zero Time Live are nose-to-nose for 4th. Ingo McCringleberry and Plebis 3 are still fighting for 5th. Looks like Plebis 3 wants that spot. Plebis 3 is trying to hold off Zero Time Live for 4th place. Ingo McCringleberry and Plebis 3 are still neck and neck for 5th. Shotskis is closing in on Ingo McCringleberry for 6th. Plebis 3 and Zero Time Live are nose to tail for the 4th spot. Ingo McCringleberry and Plebis 3 are fighting hard for 5th place. Shotskis and Ingo McCringleberry are locked in a close duel for 6th. Wow, look at that! Jacko just took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Congrats on the win! Wow, looks like Jackal really took the checkered flag. Great job there, Jackal. You definitely earned that victory. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Koenigsegg CAS might have the edge. It's got that raw Swedish engineering, super quick acceleration, and a lightweight build that could really shine on a circuit like Nonstop. The Lamborghini Reventon and Pagani Zonda F are also tempting choices because of their speed and handling. But I think the Koenigsegg's combination of power and agility just barely nudges ahead. Plus, it's got a bit of that exotic flair that makes racing even more exciting. Alright everyone, time's ticking. Make your final picks now or forever hold your peace. Don't say I didn't warn you if you end up with a lemon. Wow, those are quite the choices. The Porsche 911 Turbo is known for its balance and agility, especially on a track like Knutstorp that rewards sharp handling and precision. The Dodge Viper, on the other hand, is all about raw power and straight-line speed. It might have a chance if the race is mostly about accelerating and pushing hard on the straights, but the Porsche's finesse could give it the edge on the corners. Honestly, I'd put my chips on the Porsche here, because Nutstorp's type turns tend to favor the more nimble car. But in racing, you never know. Sometimes a powerhouse like the Viper just needs the right moment to roll past. Alright folks, Apex Milkbag is on pole, kicking things off in a 2003 Ferrari 575 M Maranello. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if these AI cars have other plans. Apex Milkbag has shot off the line to take the lead. GM Prime is holding strong in second place, and Caravinen is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. New for Life is charging through the field, now in fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. GM Prime and Apex Milkbag are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Gina Jones just gained 1 spot, now in 8th, and she's battling closely with Mighty Chunk for 7th. Cheryl Gameratsa just overtook someone to take 5th place. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 6th. Liam is making a move to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. New for Life just overtook someone and is now in 3rd place. Maya is climbing up to 12th. Looks like the race is heating up. GM Prime is holding a narrow lead over Apex Milkbag at the front. Gian Jones and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Shoebox TV is just ahead of Amy in the battle for 14. New for Life is making a move up to 1st place. Gina Jones and Jackal are still neck and neck for 7th. Tokido Kibre and Shoebox TV are battling it out for 15. GN Prime and Apex Milkbag are nose to nose for 2nd place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th. Amy is pushing to 13th. And Amy and I are locked in a fierce duel for 12th. GMN Prime is climbing to 2nd place. Scott Dixon is advancing to 8th. Liam and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 9th. Shero Gamerazach and Keruvinen are nose to nose for 4th place. Jackal and Scott Dixon are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Maya is climbing up to 10th, inching closer to the top. Maya is now 9th and climbing. Shoebox TV has moved into 12th. Sophie is closing the gap on Ingle McCringleberry by almost 2 seconds. Gina Jones is driving a 2006 TE or Sagaris, same as Perugamarzak, but currently in 9th place. Her fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so she's probably struggling to keep up. Scott Dixon has moved up one spot to 7th place. Shoebox TV has also gained one position, now in 11th. Leon and Shoebox TV are nose to tail for 11th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for 7th place. Shoebox TV and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 10th. Tokido Kibri just gained a spot and is now 16th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Mighty Chunk, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Shoebox TV has moved up one spot to take the 10th place. Darigas is closing in on Amy, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya is driving a 2004 Koenigsegg CC8S and is currently in 10th place. Her fastest lap is just behind the leader by about 5 seconds. Looks like she's holding her own but needs to pick up the pace to move up. Shirogamatsa just gained a spot and is now in 4th place. Karavinin and Zach are nose to nose for that same position. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 6th place, inching closer to the top. Scott Dixon and Karavinin are nose to tail for 5th place. Shoebox TV just gained one spot and is now in 8th. Wow, what a shocker! Congratulations on winning the race. Woe for life. Guess the competition was just a warm-up for you. Wow! Congratulations to New for Life for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. And hey, huge shout out to New for Life for grabbing the fastest lap too. A 2006 Mazda MT 900s. Nice choice. That car screams speed and style. And Scott Dixon, way to go on winning the bet race. You can now claim a 23 Dodge Viper SRT10, a real beast on the streets. Looks like the winners are walking away with some pretty sweet rides today. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Barber Motorsports Park has a lot of tight turns and technical sections that really test a car's agility. Speed is important, but if a car can stick to the track and navigate the twisty bits with finesse, it's going to shine here. Acceleration out of corners is a bonus, but precision and stability during those sharp bends are what really matter. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which vehicle will dominate the race. Alright, so Sovi's got a classic muscle car, the Chevrolet Camaro Z28 from 1969. That's a beast on straightaways but might struggle a bit around those tight corners. On the other hand, Kyosify is in a 1970 Porsche 914-6, which is known for its nimbleness and handling. Given Barber Motorsports Park's combination of corners and short straights, I'd lean towards the Porsche. It's the kind of car that can dance through the tight bends and maintain good speed. Sovi's Camaro might look intimidating, but in this race, the Porsche is probably going to have the edge around the track. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe Sovi surprises us with some muscle-powered magic. Alright everyone. The race is underway at Barber Motorsports Park. Leading the pack is New for Life in a classic 1968 Morgan Plus 8.8. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the modern challengers. The race kicks off with New for Life taking the lead, followed closely by Jackal in second place, and Oscar Wolf rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start. Amy just gained one spot and is now in sixth place. Amy and Sovi are nose to nose for fifth. JC Productions has moved up one spot to ninth. Sovi is climbing up to third place. Oscar Wolf and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for fourth. I am inching closer to the top, now in seventh. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to sit in sixth. Amy is also making progress, moving up one place to fifth. JC Productions and Kyosify are nose to nose for ninth place. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Sovi just overtook someone to move into second place. Gina Jones is closing in, climbing 2 spots to fourth. And Maya is making a move, climbing 1 spot to seventh. The race is heating up. Gina Jones is climbing to third place. Amy and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for fifth. GC Productions is gaining ground and moving into eighth. Amy just overtook someone to take fifth place. Jackal and Amy are nose to nose for fourth. Buckyboard is climbing to ninth. Amy is now in fourth place. I see Maya climbing to sixth. Buckyboard is making a move up to seventh. Reinecke and Unstable are battling for 13th place. The Dreamkeeper is closing in on Reinecke, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Now the Dreamkeeper and Reinecke are fighting for 14th place. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Buckyboard has also moved up 1 spot into 6th. Scott Dixon has made a similar move into 7th. The race is heating up nicely. GC Productions is climbing up to 8th place. Hikori Hamzam is also moving up, now in 9th. Looks like Jackal and Hikori Hamsam are neck and neck for 9. Kyosify just moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Jackal and Kyosify are nose to nose for 10th. Unstabil is closing in on Jackal by a second, so expect some fireworks soon. Unstabil is climbing up to 11th place. Joan Wolf is making a move to 15. Hingle McCringleberry and the Dreamkeeper are locked in a close fight for 17. Buckybird and Naya are nose to tail for 5th place. GC Productions just gained a spot and is now 7th. Smurf20 and Reinmickey are locked in a close fight for 13. Buckybird advances to 5th place. Hikori Hamzam climbs to 8th. Kyosify is closing in on Scott Dixon, now just over a second behind. Buckybird is really closing the gap on Amy, now just over a second behind. Smurf20 has climbed 1 spot to 14th. Deplorable Apple has also gained 1 position, now sitting in 16. Joan Wolf is gaining on Reinecki, closing the gap by a second. Deplorably Able has climbed 1 spot to 15. The Dreamkeeper has also moved up 1 spot to 16. Gina Jones is gaining on Sophie and closing the gap by 2 seconds. Joan Wolf and Reinecki are nose to nose for 12th place. Deplorable Able is catching Smurf20, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Unstable and Kyosify are nose to tail for 10th place. Joan Wolf and Reinecki are locked in a close fight for 12th. Marty Freeze and Velocitor 14 are battling it out for 20th. Smurf20 is making a strong push, now in 11th. Reinecki is climbing to 10th. Deplorable Apple is up to 14th. Deplorable Apple and Joan Wolf are nose to tail for 13. Maya is slicing through the field, now just a second behind Buckybird. Reinecki has climbed to 9th place, and Smurf20 is right behind in 10th. The race is heating up. Deplorably Apple is inching closer to Joan Wolf, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Marty Freeze is climbing up to take the 19th place. Jackal and Marty Freeze are locked in a fierce fight for that 19th spot. Deplorable Apple is climbing up to 13th place. Velocia 14 and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 20th place. Buckybird is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by a second and a half. Reinecki is chipping away at Hikari Hamsam, closing by over 2 seconds. Smurf20 is creeping up on Reinecki, reducing the distance by just over a second. Wow, congratulations! Looks like you really know how to take the checkered flag. Well deserved. Wow, new for life, congratulations on winning that race. You really showed everyone what you're made of. Now, Sophie, you crushed the bet race, so you get to claim that gorgeous 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Classic move! And deplorable Apple, you overtook the most cars today, so you earn the 1968 Pontiac Bonneville. Nice work, folks. Can't wait to see these beauties in action. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it or forever hold your peace. Don't leave me hanging here with all these amazing options. Alright, so we've got Scott Dixon in the Dallara P217, a well-rounded car known for its handling and speed, especially on technical tracks. Monty Freeze is in the Mazda RT24P, which is also competitive, but might lean more towards endurance and stability. Given the track is Autopolis Oita, with its sharp turns and elevation changes, I'd say Scott's experience and the car's agility might give him a slight edge. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. So I'm not counting Marty Freeze out just yet. Let's see how this plays out. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack at Autopolis Oita in the LMP2 class. Driving a 2017 Mazda RT24P looks like it's got the early lead, but this race is just heating up. Jacko is leading the race right now, with Hingle McCringleberry right behind in second. Amy is in third place, trying to keep up. The top three are all pretty close so far. Gina Jones is climbing to fourth place. I am moving up to sixth. Marty Freeze is now in eighth. Marty Freeze and New for Life are nose to nose for seventh. Waldo is climbing up to 14th place. Kingrut is making his way to 17th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. Marty Freeze has moved up to 8th place. New for Life and Marty Freeze are battling closely for 7th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Amy and Gina are nose to nose for that spot. I'm inching up to 5th, just behind the action. Sophie and Maya are neck and neck for 5th place. Waldo just gained one spot to take 13th. Waldo and James Mayo are fighting closely for 12th. Marty Freeze just gained 1 spot, now in 6th. The battle for 5th between Maya and Marty Freeze is heating up. Oscar Wolf is driving a 2015 Ferrari 488 GTE. Looks like he's holding steady in the middle of the GTE pack, but no sign of overtaking anyone yet. Numbu for Life just overtook Sovi and is now in 7th place. Sovi is trying to fight back but still behind. Valdo and James Mayo are nose to tail for 12th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Gina Jones is closing in on Jackal and has cut the gap by 1.1 seconds. NR Savage has moved up 1 spot into 9th place. Oscar Wolf has also gained 1 position, now in 13th. Marty Freeze and Amy are nose to tail for 4th place. James Mayo just gained a spot to 11th, and is now in a scrap with Amundsen. Waldo is climbing up to 13th place. Kingrid is catching up to 16th place. Scott Dixon is in 8th place, driving a Dallara P217. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite challenging for the top yet. Kingrud is driving a 2018 Ferrari 488 GTE. Their race seems to be a quiet one so far. Stuck in the middle of the GTE pack with no notable moves yet. Sovi is climbing to 7th place. Scott Dixon is now in 9th. Waldo has moved up to 12th. The track's tight corners and elevation changes seem to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders, especially Hingle, McCringleberry. The slower lap times from some drivers suggest the track's challenging nature is causing mistakes or cautious driving. Marty Freeze and Amy are nose to tail for 4th place. Maja Koblech just gained a spot and is now in 16th. Dank Nuggins and Maja Koblech are battling hard for 16th. Marty Freeze just snuck into 4th place. Maya is right behind in 5th, inching closer. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Guess they're really good at crossing the finish line first. Well done. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry really pulled it off. Congratulations! You must be feeling pretty good after that win. And since you also snagged the fastest lap, you get to claim the 2017 Mazda RT24P. Not too shabby at all. Looks like you've got a new car to show off now. Sure. The 1971 Matra M S120B was actually a racing car that was designed with a lightweight construction, which helped it excel in endurance racing. Fun fact is that this car was powered by a V12 engine borrowed from F1 cars, making it quite the energetic little beast on the track. It's like giving a racehorse a jet engine, definitely not your average family sedan. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. The countdown is almost up, so don't miss out on your chance to influence this chaotic race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is like choosing between a classic rock band and a legendary punk group. Both cars from 1971, so it's a showdown of vintage prowess. The Surtees TS9 might have a bit more flair with its racing pedigree, but the March 711 Ford has that raw, aggressive edge. Honestly, I'd lean slightly towards Hingle McCringleberry in the Surtees, because the TS9 is known for its handling around tight corners. New for Life's March is powerful for sure, but might struggle a bit on the more technical parts of Surface Paradise. So, I'll put my chips on Hingle taking the lead. But don't count out New for Life sneaking in with a surprise. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Surface Paradise, and Darigors is starting on pole with his classic 1971 Brabham BT4 Ford. Looks like he's got the early lead, but with these AI drivers, anything can happen. Stay tuned. Darigos is leading the race with a strong start. I am holding the second position, trying to keep the pressure on. Gaming to Fight Cancer is in third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Maya has taken the lead, claiming the top spot. Rex and Sarah is now in fourth, inching closer. Amy is climbing up to seventh, making her way through the pack. AD Leave and Your Instinct are nose to tail in fifth place. Jackal is sneaking up one spot to take seventh. Amy and Jackal are locked in a close fight for seventh. Rex and Sarah and Gaming to Fight Cancer are going wheel to wheel for third place. Amy and Jackal are locked in a close fight for seventh. Connor Mality and Sovi are neck and neck for ninth. Rex and Sarah is now in third place, climbing one spot. Amy has moved up to seventh place, also gaining one position. Connor Mality is in ninth place, inching up one spot as well. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 11th place. New for Life is catching up to Global's Axel for 12th place. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Daisy Shines just overtook someone to move up to 15th place. Oakswell Bay and Daisy Chains are still neck and neck for 15th. Renog T4 and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 17th. Hingle is holding on to 13th, while New for Life is a few spots behind at 14th. Not much room for overtaking yet, but Hingle might have a slight edge if they stay consistent. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 13th place. Oakswell and Daisy Chains are locked in a close fight for 15th. Renog T4 is also making progress, now in 17th. Amy and Idealiv are nose to tail in 6th place. Sophie has gained a position and is now 9th. Renog 4 is also on the move, climbing to 16th. Amy just nudged into 6th place. Your Instinct and Amy are nose to nose for 5th. Oakswell Faye is climbing up to 15th. Gina Jones is driving a Lotus 72C, which is known for its aerodynamic design and handling. She's currently in 18th place, so she's fighting to move up but still has some ground to cover. Scott Dixon is leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got the pace to stay ahead unless something dramatic happens. Renog T4 is inching closer to Gina Jones for 17th place. They're nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Renog T4 and Gina Jones are nose to tail for the 17th spot. Gina just nudged ahead, but Rhino is not giving up that easily. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on New for Life quickly, closing the gap by a full second. Renog T4 has just moved up one spot, and is now in the 17th position. Maya is leading the race with the Surtees TS9, starting from 2nd position. Fastest lap so far is 1:52.119. Looks like she's maintaining a solid pace and pulling ahead. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Jackal is gaining on Idealiv, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. Scott Dixon just nudged into the top 10. Looks like he's got a little fight on his hands with Connor Malady for that spot. Wow, Maya, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to Maya for crossing that finish line first. You really showed those bots who's boss today. And big cheers for New for Life for winning the bet race. You'll be driving away in that classic 1971 March 711 Ford. That's a sweet ride. Not to forget Amy, pulling off the most overtakes today. You definitely earned that 1971 March 711 Ford too. Looks like everyone's leaving with a shiny new car today. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now before it's too late. Don't leave your dream car hanging. This is a pretty interesting matchup. The Sauber C33 from 2014 is known for its agility and decent handling, but it's not exactly the fastest car on the grid. On the other hand, the Mercedes F1W05 Hybrid from 2014 was a dominant machine that year, with incredible power and downforce. Given those points, I have to lean towards Trash Crashton's Mercedes W5 Hybrid having the edge. It's like putting a rocket on wheels compared to the Sauber. But hey, Rukimiriki might surprise us just with some clever driving. What do you think? Will the underdog pull off an upset, or are we about to see the Mercedes take the win easily? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Vallelonga and Vinha 17 is starting on pole in the 2014 Marussia MR03. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Vinha 17 has taken an early lead, with Sovi right behind in second place. Matrixco is holding on to third, but expect some fireworks soon. Gina Jones and Stankit are neck and neck for 8th place. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up to 11th. I am inching closer to the top 13. Flunky Frankie is on fire, moving up 17 cars to take the lead. Amy is making her way up, overtaking 3 cars to reach 20. Gina Jones is having a tough time, dropping 14 spots to 23. Gina Jones is making a bold move, overtaking 22 cars to reach the front. Vinha 17 and Gina Jones are now locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Vinha 17 is now in first place. Sovi is in second. Metrisco has climbed to third. The race is heating up. Cobber and Degrets 34 are nose to tail for 13th place. Trash Crashton and Rinnock T4 are locked in a close fight for 20th place. Hermit Media and Jaborgi are nose to tail for 6th place. Scott Dixon and Ruki Miriki are locked in a close fight for 17th. Trash Crashton and Rinnock T4 are battling hard for 20th. Stank it is driving a Sauber C33 and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady with a decent lap time of 1 minute and 0.565 seconds. Not bad, but still a long way to go. Down to Quest is climbing to 4th place. Jacko is now in 5th. Jaborgi has moved into 6th. The race is heating up with some steady progress. Alive is storming through the field, overtaking 14 cars to take the lead. Vinha 17 and No for Life are nose to nose for first place. Cobber and Agreds 34 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Vinha 17 takes the lead at the front. Sovi is closing in on second place. Matrixco is sneaking into third. Looks like a tight battle for the top 3. Down Turquoise is now in third place. Jabuogi is trying to overtake Matrixco for fourth. Screwchamp and Stankit are neck and neck for eighth. Screwchamp is slicing through the field, now in first place after overtaking 8 cars. Then S17 and Screwchamp are nose to nose at the front. Hingle McCringleberry and Lemon Cult Games are locked in a close fight for 10th. Vinha 17 takes the lead, claiming first place. So he climbs to second and Down to Quest secures third. Looks like the top 3 are shifting gears. Culber's car is a Marussia MR03, starting from the 15th position. They're currently in 13th, so they've gained a couple of spots. Looks like they're making some moves but still have room to improve. Culber is driving a Marussia MR03, starting from 15th. They're currently in the 13th spot, just ahead of some tough competition. Looks like they're making steady progress but still have some ground to cover. Hemet Media is closing in on Jackal fast, just a little over a second behind now. They're battling hard for 6th place. I'm climbing up the order, moving into 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Hermit Media is climbing up to 6th place. Jackal and Hermit Media are nose to nose for 6th. Scott Dixon and Ruki Muriki are locked in a close fight for 15th. Jackal is climbing to 6th place. Renok T4 is making the move to 16th. Both are on the push. Congratulations to Vinha 17 on winning the race. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Vinha 17 really pulled it off. Congratulations on your win. You must be feeling pretty good right now. That was a fantastic race, and you definitely earned that victory. Can't wait to see what you do in the next one. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The F-Omen cars from 1996, like the Benetton B196 and the Williams FW18, were basically the speed demons of their time. They had these massive, powerful engines that could rev up to over 16,000 RPM, which is like a jet engine just waiting to take off. It was a time when aerodynamics started to become really complex, and these cars looked like they were ready to fly off the track. Plus, Michael Schumacher was dominating that season, so it was like watching a race with a super talented wizard at the wheel. Truly, those cars were a perfect mix of raw power and technical wizardry. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance. Don't make me come over there and make the decision for you. Hurry up and choose your favorite before the countdown hits 0. Alright. This is a classic showdown between a vintage Minardi and a 40 from the same era. The Minardi is known for its surprising agility despite its age, but the 40 had its moments too. Given the cars and drivers, I'd say it's a close call. Emerald Tick 988 might have the edge with that Minardi's slightly better handling. But Scott Dixon in the 40 is no stranger to making up ground. My gut says the Minardi might just sneak ahead, but don't count out the 40 causing a few surprises. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Detroit Belle Isle. Leading the pack is the NW for Life car, taking pole position in the classic 1996 Williams FW18. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Hingley Kringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. New for Life is holding strong in second place. Captain Canadian is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the front runners. Jekyll is now in third place, climbing one spot. Morning Starsel has moved up 2 spots into 8th. Joey Pastrami has gained 1 position and is now in 11th. Sophie is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 13th. Moo, to be just nudged into 11th. Amy is also making moves, now 12th. Looks like the battle for mid-pack is heating up. Atelier Torres is making a move and now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon is closing in on Emerald Tick 988. Cutting the gap by over a second. Justin Gilks is climbing up 1 spot to 15th. Justin Gilks is driving a Ferrari F310, starting in 15th place. Looks like he's holding steady but hasn't made any big moves yet. Scott Dixon's car is a 40 FG01B. Starting in 9th and currently in 10th. Looks like he's just hanging around, not making any moves yet. Joey Pastrami is closing in on Quiz 44 fast, cutting the gap by almost 19 seconds. Justin Wilkes is gaining on Atelier Torres, but only by a little over a second. Moo Tuba just overtook someone to grab the 10th spot. Scott Dixon and Moo Tube are nose to tail for that same position. Justin Gilks is closing in on Otter Lartorius, shrinking the gap by almost 2 seconds. Emerald Tick 988 is currently in 8th and trying to hold off Scott Dixon, who is in 12th. Scott's got some ground to make up if he wants to catch her before the finish. Quiz 44 is driving a Ligier JS43, which is known for its balanced handling and decent aerodynamics. Currently in the middle of the pack, it looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves. Justin Gilks is climbing to 14th place. Quiz 44 is catching Otto Artorias, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Maya just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Gina Jones and Maya are nose to tail for that position. Mutuba is climbing up to 9th place. Mutuba and Morningstarsel are battling fiercely for 8th. Mutuba and Morningstarsel are neck and neck for 8th place. Justin Gilks is closing in on Sovi, cutting the gap by over a second. Quiz 44 is gaining on Otto Artorias, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Emerald Tick 3988 is climbing up to 9th place. Justin Gilks is closing the gap on Sovi by 1/3 3 seconds. The battle for 13th place is heating up between Justin Gilks and Sovi Dot. Jackal is climbing to 2nd place. Justin Gilks is now in 13th. Otelia Torias has moved into 14th. Ingo McCringleberry is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to take the win unless something dramatic happens. Justin Gilks and Amy are nose to tail for 12th place. Joey Pastrami just snuck into the top 16, climbing 1 spot. Joey Pastrami is driving a McLaren MP411, starting in 12th place. Their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like the race isn't going smoothly for them. Mutube is climbing up to 9th place now. Emerald Tick 3988 is right on their tail, so this could get interesting. Gina Jones is driving a Tyrrell 024, which is a bit off the pace with her fastest lap being over 2 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really pulled off the win today. Great job. Not only did you take the checkered flag, but you also snagged the fastest lap. That's some serious skill. And congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for earning the 1996 40 FG 01B deal. Looks like you're going to be the proud owner of a classic F1 Jam. Well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and maneuverability. Since the Chicago street circuit is likely to have tight corners and sharp turns, a car that can grip the pavement and respond quickly to steering inputs will have a big advantage. Acceleration is important too, But the ability to stay glued to the road through those twists and turns is what will really make or break a driver's performance here. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get those choices in before the race kicks off. Don't be that person who's late to the party. Let's get this show on the road. Hey Naiba, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit back and enjoy the show. Alright, so Scott Dixon is behind the wheel of a 2008 Lotus Elise SC, which is known for its agility and lightweight design. However, it's a bit older, and might not have the latest tech or aerodynamics on its side. On the other hand, Ario Serial has a 2018 Alpine 110, which is a more recent model with modern engineering, likely offering better handling and stability. Given that the Alpine is newer and probably more refined, I'd say Ario Serial has a slight edge here. But you never know with AI racing. Sometimes the older car surprises everyone with its classic driving skills. Still, I'd put my bets on the 2018 Alpine 110 taking the win, unless Scott Dixon pulls off some vintage magic. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is kicking things off from pole in a shiny 2020 Toyota Supra GR. Looks like he's got the best spot to show off those streetcar skills in this race at the Chicago Street Circuit. Let's see if he can hold on to it or if someone's got other plans. Hingle McCringleberry has shot to the front, followed closely by Josh Bush in second place. Matthewsaurus Rex is holding strong in third, but expect some chaos to shake things up soon. Josh Bush is now in first place. Gabby the Minimac has moved up to third. Gabby the Minimac and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for second. Gabby the Minimac just overtook someone to take second place. I see Maya is climbing up to third. Exoaces is making moves to reach sixth. Matthewsaurus Rex and Exoaces are locked in a close fight for fifth. Exoaces is climbing to fifth place. Scott Dixon and Biowart are neck and neck for seventh. Honden is advancing to 11th. Exoaces and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for fourth place. Honden and Jekyll are locked in a close fight for 10th. Dongaton 3 is climbing up to 20th. Looks like someone's got the hunger. Gabitha Minimac just took the lead, climbing one spot to take first place. Josh Byosh is right behind, still battling for the top spot. XOSA has moved up one position to fourth, keeping the pressure on. Josh Byosh is now in the lead, pulling ahead by a nose. Maya is right behind, inching closer. The battle for first is heating up with both races pushing hard. Gabitha Minimac just gained one spot and is now in second place. XOSS is closing the gap to Maya by 1 second. Dongarts on 3 and Abamzi are locked in a fierce fight for 19th place. Dongarts on 3 is on a roll, climbing up to 17th place. Pondan just nudged into the top 10. Looks like Jackal and Pondan are about to turn this into a real scrap for that 10th spot. Jackal is now in 10th place. Amy has moved into 11th. Naiba is in 12th. Looks like they're all climbing steadily. Gabitha Minimac just snatched the lead from Josh Byosh. They are now nose to nose for the top spot. Beoard is climbing up to 6th place, making some moves. Amy and Jackal are neck and neck for 10th place. Dongnits on 3 is climbing 2 spots to 14. Gina Jones and Wangatang 7272 are locked in a close fight for 15. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap to the leader. XOSS is gaining on Josh Byosh, just 140 seconds behind. Naiba and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for 11th place. Naiba just gained 2 spots and is now in 10th place. Dongnits on 3 moved up 1 spot to take 13th. Dongnits on 3 and Amy are nose to nose for 12th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Amy is climbing fast into the top 10. Dongarts on 3 is making a move to overtake Jackal for 12th. Jackal and Dongers on 3 are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Gina Jones and Pondan are nose to tail for the 14th spot. Looks like a good old-fashioned wheel-to-wheel. Amy just nudged into 9th. Not bad for a quick climb. Stephen Brinkley just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Gina Jones and Stephen Brinkley are nose to tail for 15th. Looks like Gina is trying to hold her ground. Beoard is climbing up to 5th place. Amy is now in 8th. Jackal and Dongers on 3 are nose to nose for 12th. Beoard is right behind XOSS now, just a little over a second separating them. Matthewsaurus Rex is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry at a pretty quick pace. And Amy is closing the distance to Matthewsaurus Rex. Looks like a battle is brewing there. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Matthewsaurus Rex is under pressure from Amy now. just a second behind. Stephen Brinkley is making a move, climbing to 16th. Cho Zheng's coast is right behind him, aiming for 15th. Amy is gaining on Matthew Saurus Rex, closing the gap by over a second. Arayu Serial has climbed one spot to 9th place. Scott Dixon and Arayu Serial are nose to tail, fighting for 9th. Matthew Saurus Rex better watch out. Amy is closing in fast. Dongitsunter 3 is climbing the ladder to 10th place. Naibi is also on the move, now 11th. Congratulations, Gabby the Minimac. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest on the Chicago street circuit. Who knew all that practice paid off? Wow, Gabby the Minimac really dominated that race. Congratulations. You must be feeling pretty good about that win. And a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. You earned yourself a 2010 Bertone Mantide. Nice work. Looks like both of you are walking away with some pretty sweet rides today. A fun fact about Group 6 racing cars is that they were originally designed in the 1970s for endurance racing and sports car racing. But what's really amusing is how many of these cars have become collector's items, and sometimes even appear in vintage races, proving that good design ages like fine wine. If fine wine could go really fast around a track. If fine wine could go really fast around a track. This is quite a throwback showdown, isn't it? The Porsche 936 from 1977 is a legendary race car with a strong racing pedigree. It's known for its speed and agility on the track. On the other hand, the Osella Pia 9 from 1981 is a classic too. But it's a little less iconic, and perhaps a bit less refined for intense racing. Given the cars, I'd put my money on new for life with the Porsche 936. It's got a little more muscle and racing history behind it. Jacko Zazella could surprise us though, especially if the AI decides to pull some unexpected moves. But I'd say the Porsche has the edge here. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Sepang and Sovi is leading the charge in the pole position, driving a classic 1971 Ferrari 312 Baby. Buckle up. This is about to get interesting. Sovi has taken the lead right out of the gate. Ingo McCringleberry is holding strong in second place, and Scott Dixon is in third, trying to keep up. Looks like a pretty tight pack at the front. Scott Dixon is climbing up to second place. Gina Jones and Amy are nose to nose for fourth. Naibe and Gina are also locked in a close fight for fifth. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to second place. Scott Dixon and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Naibe is also moving up, now in fifth. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Scott Dixon is now in second place. Hingle McCringleberry and Dixon are nose to tail. Amy is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Scott Dixon is holding a slim lead over Sovi for the top spot. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for third place. Nufferlife and Jackal are swapping positions in the fight for eighth. Scott Dixon and Sovi are nose to tail for first place. Amy just gained one spot and is now in third. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are fighting hard for third place. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are battling closely for third. Gina Jones and I are locked in a tight fight for sixth. Sovi is now in first place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to third. Gina Jones and I are neck and neck for sixth. Hingle McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for second place. Naibe and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Gina Jones and I are trading positions for sixth. Naibe is now in fourth place. Gina Jones has climbed to sixth. Jackal is in eighth. The race is heating up. Inwu for life and Jackal are locked in a fierce fight for eighth place. These basic switch is chipping away at JDM Burns' lead, closing in steadily. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing the ranks, now in 12th, making moves. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 11th place now. Basic Switch and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to tail, fighting for that 10th spot. Akinona just overtook someone to take 12th place. Xbazic Switch and Akinoni are nose-to-nose for 12. Zedemoji James and Dishonored Fox are fighting hard for 14. Crazy Sweetbird is climbing up to 10th place. Xbasic Switch and Akinoni are nose-to-nose for 12th. Ice. Dishonored Fox and Xbasic Switch are locked in a close fight for 13th. Scott Dixon and Sovi are nose-to-nose for the lead. Essex Switch just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Akinona and Xbasic Switch are fighting hard for 12th place. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Sovi and Hingle are nose-to-nose for the lead. Naiba is sneaking into 3rd place after a 1-position jump. Hingle Kringleberry is making a move to take the lead. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 3rd place. Dixon and Sovi are nose-to-tail fighting for 2nd. Essex Switchix and Akinoni are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Unclearly Gaming is inching up to take the 16th spot. Zedemoji James and Unclearly Gaming are battling it out for 16th place. Akinona is driving a 1982 Ford Mustang Zaxby. They are currently in the 12th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Scott Dixon and Sovi are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Basic Switchix and Akinoni are locked in a close fight for 12th. Unclearly Gaming just gained a spot, now sitting 15th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Xbasic Switch is advancing to 12th. Akinona and Xbasic Switchix are nose-to-nose for 12th. Sovi and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail for 2nd place. Akinona just gained 2 spots and is now 11th. JD Enburn and Akanon are fighting hard for the 11th spot. Wow, Hingle Kringleberry really pulled off a surprise victory. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Hingle Kringleberry really pulled off an incredible triple crown. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes, that's quite the feat. Big congratulations to them for such an outstanding performance. They definitely earned that shiny new car. And look at this! Hingle can claim the 1977 Renault Alpine, a 442B, a classic. Meanwhile, New4Life snagged the win in the bet race and can now proudly claim the 1977 Porsche 936. Tough luck to the rest of the drivers, but these two are just skyrocketing ahead. Can't wait to see what they do with those cars. Oh! The 2014 Dallara GP 211 is like the Swiss Army knife of race cars. It was designed specifically for the GP2 series, which is basically the training ground for future Formula One stars. Fun fact is that it features a turbo-charged V8 engine that produces around 620 horsepower. That means it can go from 0 to 60 in just about 3 seconds. So, if you ever wondered what a supercharged high-tech rocket on wheels looks like, this is it. It's basically a race car that's too cool for school. Alright, so we've got Zap Brannigan with hardly any info and Hingle McCringleberry, who's managed to stay winless and is sitting pretty at rank 59. Given the stats, I'd say Hingle might be the underdog here, probably just cruising at the back. But let's see if Zap Brannigan can surprise us with some mystery skills. Honestly, I'm leaning towards a close finish with maybe Hingle sneaking into a middle spot. Who knows, maybe they'll turn the tables today. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Estoro Retro track, and look at that! Maya, in her sleek 2014 Dallara GP 211, is starting on pole position. She's got the front spot, so let's see if she can hold on to it, or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Maya has taken the lead right out of the gate. Basket and Fee is holding second place, and Gina Jones is in third. Looks like a close battle already. Kufo is on a roll, climbing to third place. Amy is also making moves, now in fifth. Jade Zildaming is not far behind, grabbing sixth. The race is heating up. Mafia Mavi is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Jackal is closing in on the top 10 as well. Axton Hits is making a strong push, now in 13th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Gina Jones is rapidly catching Zap Brannigan, closing the gap by 17 seconds. Amy is climbing up one spot to secure 4th place. Mafia Mavi is narrowing the distance to Frogsworth by just over a second. Maya is leading the race in a 2014 Dallara GP 211. The race seems to be going smoothly for her so far, with no one close enough to challenge her position yet. Jigsaw Gaming is in the 9th place, driving a 2014 Dallara GP 211. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Scott Dixon's car is a 2014 Dallara GP 211. He's currently in the last place, so his race isn't looking too promising right now. Frogsworth and Lobardo are neck and neck for 7th place. Axton Hits and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 11th. Axton Hits is climbing up to 11th place. Zap Brannigan is narrowing the gap to Sovi by over a second. Frogsworth just nudged ahead of Bobardo for 7th place. Looks like they're locked in a close duel. Kufo is closing in on Basket and V, chopping the gap down by 1.5 seconds. Frogsworth is climbing up to 6th place. Bobardo is also moving up, now in 7th. Kufo is currently in third place with the fastest lap of the race. Their car is a 2014 Dallara GP211, and they seem to be pushing hard, possibly setting the pace for the others. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Jeet Selgaming is gaining ground on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Sobi is climbing up to 13. Joey Pastrami is in the 4th place with a car that's holding its own. Their fastest lap is pretty solid at 1 minute 16 seconds, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're trying to stay in the mix. Mafia Mavi is currently in 9th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute 16.453. Their race looks steady, but not quite challenging the top contenders yet. Maya is leading the race with the fastest lap time of 1:16.872. Her car is a 2014 Dallara GP211, and she's maintaining a solid gap at the front. Looks like she's in control so far. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Mafia Mavi, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Zap Brandigan is climbing up to 14th place. New Foil Life and Zap Brandigan are battling it out for that same spot. New Foil Life is currently in 14th place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute 16 seconds and 915 thousandths. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Joey Pastrami is climbing to 15th place. Gina Jones is also moving up to 16th place. Looks like they're both making some progress. Basket and Fee is now in 1st place. Maya is right behind, closing the gap. Looks like a tight race for the lead. Gina Jones is climbing up to 15th place. Scott Dixon is also making a move to 17th. Looks like they're both eager to climb the ladder. Wow! Basket and Fee took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done on the win. Congratulations to Basket and TV on winning that race. Well done on dominating the track. As for the drivers ready to claim their cars, Hingle McCringleberry, congratulations on winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a 2014 Dallara GP211. Make sure to enjoy your new toy. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1972 Lola T290. It's got that classic race car vibe and a bit more modern flair compared to the others. The vintage charm is nice, but I think the Lola might have a slight edge in speed and handling for the Acapone Raceway circuit. Plus, it looks like it would handle those tight corners with some serious style. Wow, what an interesting matchup. Scott Dixon in a classic 1966 McLaren M1B versus Jekyll in a 1972 Lola T290. That's like a vintage showdown. I'd say the Lola might have a slight edge because of its more recent design and possibly a better aerodynamic shape, but the McLaren has that historic charm and proven racing pedigree. It's almost like choosing between a vintage wine and a slightly younger one. Both could surprise us. I'd lean towards Jekyll's Lola, just because that extra couple of years in design might give it a little extra edge in handling and speed. But hey, with AI driving these beasts, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race is underway at El Capone Raceway. Sylvia starting on pole in a classic 1966 McLaren M1. Talk about a vintage powerhouse. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the competition. Sylvia shot off the line to take the lead. Scott Dixon is right behind in second, and Pondon is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Caffeinated car is on a roll, climbing up to the 13th place. Maya just nudged into 7th, inching closer to the top. The duel for 6th is heating up with Maya and a bombsy nose to tail. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Gina Jones is in 9th, climbing 1 spot. Lethal Cop is in 11th, also moving up 1 spot. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Lethal Cop just overtook someone and is now in 10th. Riswa Chingyo is creeping up to 12th. Amy is closing in on 8th. Bean Streams is slicing through the field, closing in on Lemon Cult Games by 8.6 seconds. Gina Jones is having a tough time, dropping 6 spots to 20. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up 2 places to 14th. Arafael climbs to 15th place. Shattered Pixel also advances to 16. Gina Jones is closing in on Your Instinct, cutting the gap by over a second. Lord Zikretsby is climbing to 11th place. Lemon Cult Games is closing in on Caffeinated Car, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Samon Zamun is moving up to 17th place. Caffeinated Car and Riswa Chingyo are locked in a tight fight for 12th place. Lemon Cult Games is sneaking closer, chipping away at the gap by over a second, 8.5. Gina Jones is on the hunt for your instinct, closing in by nearly 3 seconds. Caffeinade car is climbing up to 12th place. Lemon Cult Games is inching closer to Heswachingyo, the gap shrinking by 1.5 seconds. Shattered Pixel is making a move to 15th place. Gina Jones is on a tier, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Sophie is right on her tail, and it looks like we might see a showdown for the top spot soon. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a vintage McLaren M1B from 1966. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place, but no real threats behind or ahead. The race seems pretty calm for now. Sophie is now in 1st place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 2nd. Jackal has climbed 2 spots to take 3rd. The race is heating up. Hondan just overtook someone to take 4th place. Caffeinated car is climbing to 11. Rafael is closing in on Shattered Pixel. The gap shrinking by 1.5 seconds. Lord Zekritsky is in a 1971 Ford Falcon, currently in the 12th place. Their fastest lap is over 2 minutes, so they might be struggling to keep up with the pack. Lethal Cop is gaining on Amy Fast, closing the gap by over 1 second. Lemon Cult Games and Riswachindio are nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Gina Jones is inching closer to Bean Streams, closing the distance by a similar margin. Bean Streams is driving a 1959 Austin Healey 3000 Mark I Dirt. Looks like their race is not going well, with the slowest lap time by far and currently in 19th place. Rafael is sneaking up on Shattered Pixel, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Bean Streams, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Wow, Sophie really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, Sophie pulled off the win. Congrats to them. That was a solid race. Now, for the thrill of claiming a car, Scott Scott Dixon has secured a vintage 1966 McLaren M1B thanks to winning the bet race. And I'm claiming the same model because I managed the most overtakes. Looks like we both get a sweet piece of racing history today. Sure thing. Did you know that Detroit Belle Isle track is famous for its tricky turns and sudden elevation changes that can totally throw off even the most seasoned drivers? It's like the track is playing a game of hide and seek with the racers. Keeps the excitement high and the racing unpredictable. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. The Force India VJM10 is known for its balanced performance and decent handling, so Dank Nuggins might have a slight edge in consistency. On the other hand, the Sauber C36 is not exactly a powerhouse, and can be a bit tricky to handle at times. Given these factors, I'd put my chips on Dank Nuggins and the Force India. It seems like the car that's a little more reliable and agile around Detroit Belle Isle might just take the victory. But hey, in AI racing, anything can happen. Alright folks, Sylvie's at the front, starting on pole with that shiny 2017 Williams FW40. Let's see if he can hold on to it or if the others will catch up quick. Sylvie has shot off the line to take the lead. Dank Nuggins is right behind in second place, and Dre 192 Gex is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Dre 192 X and Dank Nuggins are nose to nose for second place. Gina Jones is climbing up one spot to sit in sixth. Oscar Sarot and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for sixth. Oscar Sarot is climbing up to sixth place. Gina Jones and Oscar Sarot are still neck and neck for that position. Crazy Sweet Bud is making a move to 11th. Gina Jones and Oscar Sarot are nose to tail fighting for sixth place. Meanwhile, New for Life and I are locked in a close duel for eighth. Ovidus is driving a Ferrari SH70H, which is a bit of a surprise in this race. They're currently in the 12th position, so not quite making the moves yet, but still in the hunt. Dre 192X and Dank Nuggins are nose to tail for second place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing one spot to 12th. Dr. Felix is also moving up one spot into 16th. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a Red Bull RB13 and is currently in 12th place. Looks like they're just hanging around the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a good moment to make a move. Sovi is leading in a Williams FW40, which is known for its aerodynamic efficiency. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the front. No signs of trouble so far. So he's comfortably leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control for now. Gina Jones is currently in 8th place, driving a Mercedes AMG F1W08EQ. Her fastest lap is a 1:12.346, which is pretty competitive. The race seems tight for her, just behind the top 7, so she's in the mix. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Red Bulls and Saubers, but the long straights are helping the Mercedes and Renaults gain ground. Maya is currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1:11.684. Her Red Bull RB13 is showing some decent pace, but she's got a few cars ahead and behind. Looks like she's holding her own so far. Maya is holding the 8th spot and just set the fastest lap, so he's clearly pushing hard. Looks like he's aiming for a top 5 finish if he keeps this pace. Sovi is leading the race with a Williams FW40 from 2017, and they're setting the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control and pushing hard. New for Life is driving a Haas VF17 and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just over 1:12. They seem to be holding steady but not making much progress. The F1 2017 cars seem well matched for Detroit Belle Isle, with the top drivers pushing close to the lap record. The track's tight corners and short straights favor precision over raw speed, which is why the fastest lap is held by the Red Bull driver in 8th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is driving a Red Bull RB13 and is currently in 12th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:12.201, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Dr. Felix is driving a Ferrari SH70H, and it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle with the 16th place. They're a little behind the leaders but still hanging in there. The F1 2017 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners favor those with better handling and stability. Sovi's leading with a solid lap time, while the Red Bull driven by me is quick, but needs to stay consistent. The track's complexity is keeping overtakes interesting. Wow, Sovi really took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the one to beat. Wow, Sovi took the race. Great job. That was quite the display of skill. And congratulations to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. Nice work. The Red Bull RB13 is definitely a sweet ride. Inga McCringleberry, you did the most overtakes, so the Haas V17 is all yours. Nice hustle out there. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and you don't want to miss out on the thrill. Get those choices in before the race starts and let's see which AI car will dominate the track. Well, the 2015 Mercedes-AMG G300 is quite a little powerhouse. Even if it's not the most famous in the lineup, it actually took inspiration from its bigger sibling, the AMG GT, but it's been built specifically for racing and to push those limits on the track. Fun fact is, it packs a punch with its turbocharged V8 engine, which makes it sound like quite the symphony of power when it's zipping around the circuit. It's like the car version of a serious workout, all about strength and speed, with a touch of luxury for the racetrack. Wow, we've got a real David and Goliath situation here. On one side, we have King Malcolm X cruising along in a 2008 Lamborghini Murcielago. That car is a beast, all sleek and aggressive, made for speed and style. On the other side, Scott Dixon is taking a 2010 Subaru Legacy, which is, let's say, more of a family sedan, with a little extra spirit. While the Subaru might have some surprises up its sleeve, I can't see it outpacing the Lamborghini in a race like this, especially on Monza Vintage Junior, where speed and aerodynamics matter a lot. So I'd put my chips on King Malcolm X and that roaring Lamborghini to take the win here. But hey, with AI driving, anything could happen. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Monza Vintage Junior and leading the pack is Gary 17 in the 2012 Subaru BR. He's starting strong from the front. Let's see if he can keep that lead. Abomzi is leading the race, Rexenzera is right behind in second, and Gary 17 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Rexenzera and Abomzi are nose-to-nose for first place. New for Life just snuck into third and is trying to hold off Gary 17. Things are heating up at the front. Gary 17 just moved up one spot to take third place. New for Life and Gary 17 are nose-to-tail fighting for third. Ingle McCringleberry and Move for Life are also locked in a close duel for fourth. Maya is now in fifth place, climbing 2 spots. Maya and Move for Life are nose-to-tail fighting for fourth. King Malcolm X has advanced to 9th place, moving up 1 spot. Rexenzera just claimed the top spot. Maya is now in third after climbing 2 places. Ingo McCringleberry also moved up 2 spots and is now in fourth. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Sovi is also climbing, now in 6th place. New for Life and Sovi are neck and neck for 6th position. Looks like a battle to watch. Maya is holding her position in the lead. No surprises there. Amy is now in 10th place, making her way through the pack. Nergutsu is right behind her in 11th, not letting her get away. Hot Bolognese is climbing up to 13th, still in the hunt. Jackal has gained 1 position and is now in 13th place. Jackal and Necrophantasm are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Jackal and Necrophantasm are nose to tail for 12th place. Hot Bolognese and Jackal are also locked in a close fight for 13th. Sir Pro 3 and King Malcolmerix are neck and neck for 7th place. Necrophantasm is slicing into Mergutsu's lead, now just a second behind. Hot Bolognese is climbing up to 14th, leaving someone in the dust. Nouveau Life is rapidly catching up to Sovi, now just a few seconds behind. Ihavexema is closing the gap on Gary 710, inching closer for that 5th place. This battle for 5th is heating up fast. Maya has just overtaken Rexner to take the lead. Sir Pro 3 is closing the distance to Ihavexema, now just 1 second behind. The fight for 6th place is heating up with Sir Pro 3 and Ihavexema battling closely. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Rex and Zeror, closing the gap by over a second. Sir Pro 3 has climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Lemon Cult Games has also moved up 1 spot to 8th. King Malcolmerix is driving a Lamborghini Murcielago from 2008. They're currently in 10th place and running just behind the leaders, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep up. Hingham McCringleberry is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still behind Maya and Rex and Sarah. Let's see if he can close the gap in the final lap. Ihavexema is driving a Lamborghini Murcielago from 2008. They are currently in 8th place, just behind Lemon Cult Games and King Malcolm. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging the leaders. Sir Pro 3 is now in 5th place. Ihavexema has moved into 6th. Lemon Cult Games climbs into 7th. Hingle McCringleberry and Rexenzerar are nose to tail for 2nd place. King Malcolmerix just gained 1 spot to 8th. Hot Bolognese is also climbing, moving up 1 to 12th. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Seems like the race was just a warm-up for your talent. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an amazing performance. You really showed those cars who's boss. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for grabbing the fastest lap. Hingle, you can now claim the 20th Mazda RX-7 from GT300. Enjoy cruising in that classic. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Adelaide without the chicane is all about maintaining high speeds through the corners and being able to make quick, precise adjustments. Power is nice, but if the car can't grip or react quickly around those sweeping turns, it's not going to do well. So, a car with excellent suspension, balanced aerodynamics, and responsive steering would be my top pick for this race. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your last-minute selections now before it's too late. Don't let your favorite car slip away just because you hesitated. Oh wow. This is a classic showdown between two vintage beauties. The Lotus 100T is known for its agility and that iconic turbocharged engine. So it's got some serious speed if the AI handles it well. The AESJH 23 on the other hand, while charming, is more of a lesser-known contender with a bit of a quirky reputation. Given the track is Adelaide no chicane and considering the car choices, I'd lean towards H2 Hovia in the Lotus. It has that edge in terms of handling and power, especially on a track that favors precision and speed. Jackal's axe might surprise us, but I think H2 Hova has the slight advantage here. Who do you think will take it? Alright, everyone, the race is underway at the Adelaide no chicane track, and Gina Jones is starting on pole in her 1988 Tyrrell 17. Buckle up, because things are about to get interesting. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, Gina Jones right behind her, and Sir Pro 3 rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight battle already. Sophie is climbing to third place, just one spot away from the podium. Wannabe is making a two-position jump to fourth. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to seventh, inching closer to the top 10. Gina Jones is leading the race in a Tyrrell 017 from 1988. She's holding her position well so far, no signs of slowing down. Wannabe is in 6th place, driving an Arosa 10B. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Sir Pro 3 is driving a Benetton B188. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Ingrid McCringleberry's car is an Osella F, a 1L, known for its quirky design and questionable reliability. Looks like he's hanging in there in 8th place, but don't expect him to break any speed records today. Wannabe is in 6th place with an Arosa 10B, which is known for its balance and agility. Looks like they're holding their own but no real overtakes yet. The no chicane layout favors high downforce cars like the McLaren and Williams, helping them stay ahead. The track's simplicity might also reduce mistakes, keeping the top drivers consistent. The no chicane track favors the more agile cars like the McLaren and Williams, but the tight corners still shake up the order. Car class differences seem less impactful than driver skill here. Gina Jones is leading the race in a Tyrrell 017 from 1988. Looks like she's holding her position well, no signs of trouble so far. H208 is driving a Lotus 100T, known for its aerodynamic design and turbo-charged engine. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Amy's leading and setting the pace. Looks like he's got this race under control, unless someone else pulls a miracle. Dingle McCringleberry's Ozella 8th is holding 8th place, with a lap time just under 22 seconds. Looks like they're hanging in there, but not exactly setting the pace. Dingle McCringleberry's Ozella F1L is holding 8th place, and he's clocked a fastest lap, just under 22 seconds. Looks like he's hanging in there, probably enjoying the chaos behind the leaders. Gina Jones is leading the race in a Tyrrell 017 from 1988. She's holding a solid pace with her fastest lap at 1:21.912. Just slightly behind the current leader. Looks like she's trying to stay ahead with consistent speed. Sophie is driving an AESJH23, which is holding a solid 3rd place. Looks like they're staying consistent with the fastest lap just behind the leader. The race seems pretty tight for Sophie so far. Yungdan Store 202 is driving in a GSJH23, the same as Sophie and Jackal. They're currently in 12th place, quite a bit behind the leaders, and their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the front runners. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Maya is currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1:21.752. Her McLaren MP44 is known for its incredible speed and agility. Looks like she's holding her own but needs a little more push to climb higher. Wow, Amy just took the victory. Looks like all that effort paid off. Well done. Wow! Amy really took the checkered flag in style, didn't they? Congratulations to Amy on that fantastic win. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Can't wait to see if they can do it again next round. Alright, here's a fun one about Vallelonga. Did you know this track is sometimes called the Temple of Speed because of its fast sweeping corners and long straights? It's like the track itself is giving you a high five every time you hit that perfect racing line, making it a favorite among drivers who love to push their limits. And let's be honest, with those quick turns and straightaways, it keeps everyone on their toes, which is what makes racing here so exciting. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, Now's the time. The clock is ticking and soon we'll be stuck with whatever is left. Don't miss out on the chance to choose your favorite ride in this wild AI race. Alright, we've got Amy in a classic Ferrari F310 and Shalesy in a Jordan 96. Both are from the same era, but the Ferrari is known for its speed and agility from that period. The Jordan, while competitive, might lack a touch of the raw power and finesse you get with the Ferrari. Considering the track is Vallelunga Club, which favors precision and handling, I'd lean towards Amy's Ferrari having a slight edge. But hey, AI drivers can surprise us, so it's not a done deal. Will be fun to see how it all plays out. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Vallelunga Club. Jackal is on pole, cruising in a classic 1996 Williams FW18. Let's see if the vintage magic can hold up against the eye. Rome Spider is leading the race, followed closely by Jackal in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third, trying to catch up. Hingley Kringleberry is making a strong push, climbing up to 12th place. Jackal is inching closer to the top, now in first. Rome Spider and Jackal are nose to tail, fighting for the lead. Maya is now 7th and closing in on the top 6. Zikapal has climbed to 15th, still a ways to go. Scott Dixon and Rome Spider are nose to tail for second place. Zikapal just gained a spot, and is now in 14th. Zikapal and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 13th. Amy just overtook someone to take 7th place. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for 7th. Zikapal is climbing to 13th. Zikapal and Hingle Kringleberry are nose to tail for 12th place. Rumia Fist 13 just gained one spot and is now in 16th. The track's tight turns seem to favor the more agile cars, but the straightaways are letting the faster engines stretch their legs. Shalesy in a Jordan 196, starting 10th and currently in 12th place. Their fastest lap is 0:42.677, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like they're just cruising behind the pack. The F1 1996 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track at Vallelunga with tight corners favors precision over outright speed. That's why the top positions are so close, and the race is all about consistency. Rosaurus is driving a McLaren MP411 and is currently in 6th place. They're just behind the top 5 and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Jackal is leading in a Williams FW18, a car known for its aerodynamic efficiency. Looks like they're holding a solid pace and maintaining the top spot. Dank Nuggins is driving a Ferrari F310 and is currently in the 8th place. Their fastest lap is just over 42 seconds, so they're hanging in there but not exactly setting the pace. The F1 1996 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners at Vallelunga are favoring those with better handling and consistency. The Williams and Sauber are holding strong, while the McLarens are hanging in there despite a slightly slower lap. Ingo McCringleberry's car is a Sauber C15, starting from 15th and currently in 13th. Looks like they're making some moves, but still a bit behind the leaders. Amy is holding on to 9th place with a decent lap time, while Shalesy is just behind in 10th. Looks like Amy might just edge out Shalesy if she keeps it clean. Maya is in 8th place with a McLaren MP411. Her fastest lap is 0:41.612. She's holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Well, look at that. Rome Spider just took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, what a race! Congratulations to Rome Spider for taking the victory. That was some impressive driving. You really showed them who's boss out there. And a big shout out to Amy for the fastest lap. You earned that Ferrari F310 for sure. That car's a beauty from an iconic era. Ingo McCringleberry, you really went all out with the overtakes, huh? The Sauber C15 is a legendary chassis, and you totally deserve it. Great effort by everyone today. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Modern street cars in the racing class are often so advanced that they're basically just regular cars with a swimsuit on. They have all the high-tech gadgets and speed tricks, but at the end of the day they're still designed to make us feel like we're driving something special, even if we're just sprinting to the grocery store. It's like giving a fancy dress to your daily driver and calling it a race champion. Alright everyone, time is running out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance or you might end up with whatever's left behind. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey there, WayneTrain94. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the mix. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI madness. Alright, so we've gotten Zareb Starks in a 2002 Chevrolet Corvette C5, C306, and Bacho Grande in a 2019 Porsche 911 9 Carrera or Caris Racing on Autopolis Oida. Top. Now, considering the age difference and the car choices, the Porsche is likely to have a bit of an edge. It's newer, probably more agile, and just generally a more sophisticated piece of machinery. The Corvette C5 GX is a classic muscle car with brute strength, but might struggle with the tighter corners and technical sections of Autopolis. That said, the Corvette could surprise us with raw power, but I'd put my money on Bacho Grande and the Porsche to take the win. It's gonna be a close race, but the Porsche's handling and modern engineering might just give it the slight advantage needed to cross the finish line ahead. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autopolis Oida with Beth Raylene leading the pack in her vintage 2001 Mosler MT 900. It's not your everyday street car, but apparently it's got some tricks up its sleeve. Let's see if she can hold that lead. Beth Raylene has taken the lead right out of the gate. I am in second place, holding steady. Gina Jones is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Ingrid McCringleberry is making a strong move, climbing up to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bacho Grande is also on the rise, moving up 5 spots to take 10th, and Maya is now in the lead, moving up 1 position to take 1st place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Rusna Palmzix has gained 2 spots and is now in 6th. Rusna Palmzix and Zero Time Alive are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Sohi and Rusna Palmzix are neck and neck for 6th place. Amy is sneaking into 11th, making moves. Substerkat is closing in on Waintra 94, cutting the gap by over a second. They're now battling for 12th place. Rusna Palmzix and Zero Time Alive are nose to tail for 5th place. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 7th. Bacho Grande is making a move to 10th. Deplorably Apple is climbing to 6th place. Zero Time Alive is right behind in 5th. Inga McCringleberry is advancing to 9th place. Inga and Sovi are nose to nose for 8th. Substakat is driving a 2010 Chevrolet Corvette C6 Grand Sport. They're currently in the 13th place, holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Deplorably Apple is climbing nicely into 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also making moves, now in 8th. Sovi and Hingle are locked in a tight fight for 8th. Looks like a good scrap. Scott Dixon just overtook for the lead. Looks like he's not planning to give it up easily. Maya and Dixon are nose to tail at the front. Bacho Grande and Sovi are swapping positions in the midfield, keeping it interesting. Maya takes the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Deplorably Apple is trimming the gap to Gina Jones, now just a 1.5 seconds behind. Rusnapalm 6 and Zero Time Live are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like a battle worth watching. Rusnapalm 6 just overtook someone to take 6th place. Basho Grande is now in 10th, closing the gap with Amy Dot-Wit. Looks like a tight fight for that 10th spot. Sovi's driving a 2016 Ford Mustang GT 350, known for its sharp handling and aggressive styling. Looks like Sovi is holding steady in 10th, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Deplorably Apple and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 4th place. Sukstakat just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 4th place. Rusnapalm 6 is getting closer to Gina Jones, chipping away at the gap. Ingel McCringleberry and Zero Time Live are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Ingel McCringleberry is climbing the ladder to 7th place. Sovi is also moving up to 8th. Starbucks is making progress to 13th. Sukstakat climbs to 15th place. NATO Obstacks also advances to 16. Looks like new for life. And Narab Starks are nose to nose for 16. Rusnapalm 6 is driving a 2011 Ferrari 4.58 Italia. They are currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap of just under 2 minutes 10 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Starbucks is climbing nicely into the top 10. Amy and Wayne Trinity 4 are still neck and neck for 12th place. Catgirl TM is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone and took the top spot. Nice job. Congratulations to me for winning the race. I knew all those hours of practice would pay off. Now, as for claiming my shiny new Ferrari F430 Scuderia, I'm ready to take it for a spin around the virtual block. And kudos to Deplorably Apple for overtaking everyone like a racing ninja. You learned that Aston Martin advantage. Get ready to show it off. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the Ferrari Enzo. It's a classic supercar with a proven track record of speed and agility. On the Autosport Speedway GT circuit, I imagine it would handle the curves with finesse and still have enough raw power to leave the others in the dust. Though the Bugatti Veyron is a beast, its top speed might not translate as well on a racing circuit with twists and turns. The Enzo's lightweight design and sharp handling give it that edge. But hey, I'd love to see the Lamborghini Reventon try to shake things up with its aggressive looks and potential speed. Still, I think the Enzo would take the victory here. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your fancy AI racer yet, hurry up. The countdown is almost done and we'll be going full throttle into the race. Don't miss out on your chance to see who comes out on top in this digital showdown. Wow, that's quite the matchup. Inga McCringleberry in a 2004 Chrysler ME 412 versus Amy in a 2006 Altima GT R720. The Chrysler is a rare beast with some unique quirks, but it's not exactly a speed demon. The Altima GT R720, on the other hand, is known for its raw power and lightweight design. Honestly, I'd put my money on Amy. The Ultimate GTR is built for speed and agility, which should give her a big edge around Autosport Speedway GT. Hingle's car might have some interesting handling, but I don't think it can compete with the sheer horsepower of that Ultima. So, my guess is Amy will take the win and leave Hingle in the dust. But hey, who knows? That Chrysler might surprise us with some vintage charm. Alright everyone, Maya's on pole in the 2006 Ultima GT R720. She's got a huge lead to start with, so let's see if she can hold on to it at Autosport Speedway GT. Buckle up! Maya is leading the race right now. Eunice Gottlieb is right behind in second place and Wayne Tr 984 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Sovi is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 13th place. Jackal is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 15th. Wayne Tr 984 is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to second. Dahao Recuerdo is climbing to 5th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is also moving up to 6th. Inga McCringleberry is making a move to 8th. Inga and Erotek are nose to nose for 7th. Amy is climbing fast to 7th place. Dina Jones is also making moves up to 10th. Dina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 9th. Maya is closing in on the pack, trying to find a way past. Erotek and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 8th place. Amy and Cloud Surfer 69 are still locked in that tight fight for 6th. Amy is climbing fast to 5th place. Jackal is making a move to 12th. Yamaster Tigamer 9000 is inching up to 14th. Eunice Gottlieb is holding on to the lead for now. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Inga McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th. Inga and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. The chaotic Weirdo and Hingle are still battling fiercely for 6th position. Cloudy has also moved up 1 spot into 10th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing up to 7th place. The chaotic Weirdo and Cloud Surfer 69 are battling it out for 7th. Sovi is advancing to 14th. Aerotech and the chaotic Weirdo are nose to tail for 8th place. Sylvie just snuck into 13th, leaving G-Master the Gamma 9000 breathing down his neck. Cloudy is climbing fast into 8th place. G-Master to Gamma 9 is making a move into 13th, and New for Life is creeping up to 15. Looks like some strategic gains happening. Gina Jones is making a nice climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 9th place. Stephen Brinkley is also on the move, gaining 3 spots to sit in the 17th. Aerotech is having a tough time, dropping 9 positions down to 18. Cloudy just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Sovi has gained 2 spots and is now in 10th. The chaotic Weirdo and Sovi are nose to tail for 10th place, so expect some fireworks there. Cloudy is closing in on Cloud Surfer 69, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jekyll is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Gamasta te Gamana and Tashinde the chaotic Weirdo are locked in a fierce duel for 12. Gina Jones is chipping away at Juna got the leads, closing the gap by a second. LXELX Nati is gaining on Nova Life, reducing the distance by 1 second. 2 Piece into Podcast is climbing up 1 spot to take the 17th position. Nuo for Life just overtook Jamasta Thagama 9000 is now in 13th place. They're still neck and neck, so this could get interesting. Gina Jones is driving a Salium 7, a car known for its raw power and sleek design. She's currently in 10th place, but her lap time suggests she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Cloudy just sneaked into 6th place. Yuna's got the leads is closing in on Cloud Surfer 69, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Gina Jones and Juna got the leads are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. Sophie is closing in on Juna got the leads, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Scott Dixon and Alexia Chequet are nose to nose for 15th. Wow, Maya, you really sped past the competition. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a race! Congratulations to me for winning. I knew I had it in me. A big shout out to the driver who got the fastest lap. You really showed some speed out there. That 2006 Ultima G TR720 is definitely a sweet ride. And of course, kudos to Amy for winning the bet race. I guess all that practice paid off. Finally, hats off to New for Life for those daring overtakes. You earned that Maserati MC12 without a doubt. This was an epic showdown. I can't wait for the next one. Here's a fun fact about the 2011 Ferrari F. This car was actually the first Ferrari to feature all-wheel drive, which is pretty rare for the brand known for its rear-wheel drive sports car. It's like Ferrari decided to give it a little extra grip and handling for those sharp turns, or maybe just to impress us with its versatility. Plus, it has a pretty impressive V12 engine under the hood, which means it's not just all about fancy all-wheel drive, but also about packing some serious power. Alright folks, the clock's ticking, so if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. Don't be that person left with the boring option when the race starts. Get your choices in before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The SSC. Tuatara is a sleek, modern hypercar known for its speed and aerodynamics. The Dodge Viper CR, while a bit older, is all about raw American muscle and handling. If we're talking pure speed and latest tech, I'd probably give the edge to Hingle McCringleberry and the Tuatara. It's like putting a jet against a very angry snake. Though, never underestimate the Viper's ability to surprise us with some aggressive cornering. I'd say the Tuatara might just edge out in a close race, but hey, anything can happen when AI is involved. Let's see how those digital engines perform on that Denver track. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Denver Pepsi Center track with the slow car class from 2010 and up. Up front, we've got Amy in her 2015 Koenigsegg, a GRS, leading the pack. Let's see if she can hold her spot or if the others catch up. Shoot 'em Up is leading the race, with Amy right behind in second place. Nyalito Tep 98 is currently holding third. Looks like a close battle already. Zupasigi is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 10. Nyalito Tep 98 and Amy are nose to nose for second. Singoshi just nudged into fifth, inching closer to the top. Hingle McCringleberry is on a tear, climbing 5 spots to take 4th place. Nyala Thotepni 98 is making a steady push, now in 2nd. And Maya is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to sit in 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Maya is advancing to 5th. Super Siggy is making a 2-position jump to 8th. Super Siggy and Wayne Tran and T4 are nose to nose for 7. Amy has just overtaken someone to move into 3rd place. Maya is right behind, looking for an opening. The race is heating up between those two. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2019 SS Tuatara, the same as the leader. Looks like they're hanging back in 10th place, probably saving some fuel or just enjoying the scenery. Hingle McCringleberry climbs 2 spots to take 4th place. Singoshi is closing in fast, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Looks like a tight battle for 4th place shaping up. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Singoshi, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 9th place. Jackal is also moving up, now in 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Roger Bear 302 is climbing up 2 spots, now in 15th place. Scott Dixon's Radical RXC is stuck at the back with no lap time recorded. Looks like they're having a rough race, or maybe just taking it easy. Singoshi is climbing up to 4th place. Wayne Tran 94 is now in 5th. Super Siggy has moved into 6th. Looks like a little shuffle at the middle of the pack. Jackal is climbing to 9th place. Smurf Winnie is now in 10th. New for Life has moved up to 11th. The race is heating up. Rogerbat 302 just gained 1 position and is now in 14th place. Gina Jones also moved up 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Jackal is creeping closer to Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up 1 spot into 15th place. The modern streetcars are pretty evenly matched, but the track at Denver Pepsi Center seems to favor the quicker lap times of the Porsche and Aston Martin. The slower cars are struggling to keep up, and the track layout probably amplifies their weaknesses. Singoshi is driving a Porsche 911 997 G2 RS from 2011. They are currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap of just over 1 minute and 23 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Nyalato Tep 98 just snatched the lead, claiming the top spot. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 4th place. Super Siki and Singoshi are locked in a close fight for 5th. Wow! Nyarlathotep 98 really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done! Wow, Nyarlathotep 98 took the checkered flag. Big congratulations to you, that was a fantastic race. You really drove into the lead and made it look effortless. And congratulations to Maya for smashing the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a 2019 SSC Tuatara, a modern street car that's fast enough to make even the AI jealous. And new for life, your victory in the bet race earns you a 2008 Dodge Viper SCR, a true beast on the streets. Great job to everyone involved. This race was quite the thrill to watch. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Phillip Island circuit, I'd probably go with the 1958 Maserati 250 if it's got that classic charm and racing pedigree that might give it a slight edge in a twisty, high-speed circuit, like Phillip Island. The others are fantastic pieces of history, but the Maserati's design was really ahead of its time and known for handling well on challenging circuits. Plus, it's kind of difficult to beat a legend like that in a race. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The 1960 Scarab Indy versus the 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B. Both cars have iconic racing pedigrees, but the Scarab is known for its innovative design and racing success in its era. However, the Curtiss Craft 500B has that vintage charm and can surprise you with its agility. Given the track is Phillip Island, with those challenging corners and fast straights, I'd say the Scarab might have a slight edge because of its more modern engineering. But don't count out the Curtiss. It's a beauty and could shake things up if it finds its rhythm. Who do you think is going to take the win? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Phillip Island. Scott Dixon is starting on pole, driving a vintage 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. Let's see how that classic beauty handles those curves. Scott Dixon has shot into the lead right at the start. Nestek is holding strong in second place, and Calican Bunny is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Calican Bunny and Nestek are nose to tail for second place. Autoliatorius is climbing up to fourth. Someone is sneaking into seventh, making moves. Sovi is making a strong move, now in fourth place after overtaking 4 cars. Someone is climbing fast, overtaking 6 cars to sit in fifth. Muful Life is also advancing, passing 4 cars to claim 6th. Nestek is tearing through the field, now in first place after overtaking 18 cars. Sikapal is not far behind, climbing 13 spots to second. Amy is making a strong move, overtaking 15 cars to sit in third. Scott Dixon is storming ahead to take the lead. Autoliatorius is not far behind, climbing up to second place. Calican Bunny is making a strong push into third. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Maya is holding a solid middle spot, but Indigo Peak is just behind in 19th. Not much room for overtaking yet, so they might need a mistake from others to make a move. Zikopal just gained a spot and is now in 17th. Our special is right behind him, so this could get interesting. Indigo Pete and Maya are nose to tail for the 11th spot. Lamborghini Tuba and Maya are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Zikopal just gained one position and is now 16th. Move for Life just overtook someone to take 5th place. Blaming Buddha is closing in on Jackal quickly. Lamborghini Tuba and I are still nose to tail for 12th. Jackal and the other racer are nose to tail for 6th place. Hingla McCringleberry is climbing up to 9th. Someone is chipping away at Lamborghini Tube's lead, closing in by a second and a half. Noah for Life is dropping back to 14th place. Calicon Bunny is climbing to 2nd place. Someone is advancing to 5th place. Atelier Torias is driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy Dutch. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Looks like a solid race so far. The track's tight corners and chicanes are making overtakes tricky, so expect some strategic moves rather than outright speed. Scott Dixon has just claimed the top spot. Calican Bunny is hot on his heels in 2nd. Atelier Torias is sneaking into 3rd. Things are heating up at the front. The classic IndyCar cars are evenly matched on Phillip Island, but the tight corners seem to favor those with better handling and finesse. The track's high-speed sections are allowing some to stretch their legs, while others struggle with consistency. Calican Bunny is leading in a 1960 Scarab Indy, which is known for its innovative design and speed. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, with a slight edge over Scott Dixon. Race seems to be in their favor so far. Maya is climbing up to 10th place. Someone's really closing in on Lamborghini Tube, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Jackal is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy, a classic car known for its unique design and racing history. Looks like he's trying to make a move from the middle of the pack, but his current position suggests he's struggling to gain ground. Jackal is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy, a classic car known for its unique design and racing history. He's currently in 7th place, but his lap time suggests he's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations. Guess he's still got it. Oh, Scott Dixon, what a fantastic victory. Truly a masterclass in racing. You've earned every bit of that win, congratulations. And now, for those claiming cars. Maya, you just took home that shiny 1960 Scarab Indy. Nice work on winning the bet race. Jackal, you're the overtaking king today, earning the same classic Indy car. Seems like a pretty good day for both of you. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance before they zoom off without you. Make your selection quickly or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI thinks is best. Oh, this is quite the classic showdown. Sophie's got the vintage charm with that McLaren Elva Ford, which is a lovely choice for speed and style. Nufferlife's Lola T70 mark, on a Chevrolet, has that legendary racing pedigree, likely packed with raw power and aggressive handling. If I had to pick, I'd say the Lola might just have the edge because of its racing history and torque, especially on a fast track like Autodrome Most, without the chicane slowing things down. But hey, Sophie's car could surprise us with some smooth moves. Whoever wins, I think we're in for a pretty exciting race. Let's see how those classic beauties handle the challenge. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Autodrome Most with no chicane. And leading the pack is Scott Dixon in a vintage 1966 Lola T70 mark on a Ford. He's starting on pole. So let's see if he can hold on to that advantage, or if the new kids will overtake him. Scott Dixon has shot off to the lead. Waffling Utters is holding strong in second, and I'm comfortably in third. Looks like a good start for the top three. Sodi and Jackal are nose to tail for 7th place. Jordan F. just gained a spot to 9th. Coyote Girl is climbing up to 14th. Sylvie and Jackal are nose to tail for 7th place. Young Life just gained a spot to take 9th. Jordan F and New for Life are now locked in a close fight for 9th. Dovey is climbing nicely into 6th place. Jordan F is also making moves into 8th. Jackal and New for Life are nose to nose for 9th. Looks like a battle is brewing. Waffling Goddess takes the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. Maya, is hot on their heels, inching closer to the top spot. Gina Jones is closing in on Scott Dixon. The gap shrinking fast. Looks like a tight duel for third place shaping up. New for Life just overtook someone to take 8th place. Detzmar is closing in on the top 10, moving up to 12th. Silver Gaming and 40 Afro are neck and neck for 22nd. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Sovi just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Uncle Tobin and Sovi are nose to nose for that spot. No for Life and Jordan F are also neck and neck for 7th. Things are heating up. Kyroscope is driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, a classic beauty known for its elegance and speed. They are currently in 20th place, so it looks like the race is a bit of a struggle for them today. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Ford GT40 MQ. Looks like he's holding steady in 10th place, not making any big moves yet. Consumer Girl is driving a 1966 Shelby GT 350E. She's currently in 14th place and seems to be holding steady without much drama so far. Sovi and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 4th place. Katsuma Girl and Detzmar are locked in a close fight for 12th. Im Danin. Silver Gaming just moved up one spot to take 22nd place. 40 Afro and Silver B Gaming are nose to nose, battling for that same spot. New for Life is just ahead of Uncle Tobin in 6th place. Their neck and neck looks like a photo finish coming up. 40 Afro and Silver B Gaming are trading positions for 22nd. It's a close fight back there, but no one's pulling away yet. Bufin in 18 is driving a Fiat 131 Abarth from 1974. Their race looks tight with just a few hundredths behind the leader in their group, but they're currently in 19th place overall. Jordan F is climbing to 7th place. The Hebrew 7 is narrowing the gap to Anaxagorax by 1.2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail fighting for that 8th spot. Congratulations to Waffling Otters on the win. Looks like they really sped past the competition at Otterdrum most without the chicane. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Waffling Otters. That was an impressive finish. They really crossed the line like a champion. As for Sovi, you've got yourself a pretty sweet prize. Claim that 1966 McLaren Elva Ford. I hope you're ready to show off that vintage beauty. Sure thing. Did you know that the Rio de Janeiro mini track is so compact that even the AI drivers have to play a version of micromaneuvering to avoid bumping into each other? It's basically a game of quick reflexes and tight turns, making it a real challenge for both the cars and the AI brains behind the wheels. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. Don't leave your dream machine on the sideline. The countdown is almost over, so get those choices in before the virtual gate slams shut. Alright folks, this is a classic matchup. Gina Jones, with her 1997 Lotus Elise GT1 versus Sophie in the 1998 Porsche 911 GT198. Now, the Lotus is known for its agility and lightness, making it perfect for tight corners. The Porsche, on the other hand, is more of a powerhouse with its raw speed and stability. In Rio de Janeiro Mini, where the streets twist and turn dramatically, I'd say Gina's lightweight Elise might have an edge in maneuverability. But Sophie's Porsche, with its turbocharged engine, might just blast through straightaways and make up ground. If I had to put my chips on one, I'd bet Gina's Lotus will probably have a slight advantage around the tight corners, but Sophie's Porsche might dominate the straights. It's going to be a close call, but I'm leaning toward Gina just because of the track layout. Who do you all think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Rio de Janeiro mini track, and Amy is starting on pole in a classic 1997 Lotus Elise GT1. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lid. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Anna Kysix in second, and Scott Dixon in third. Looks like Amy is trying to set the pace early on. Scott Dixon is climbing up to second place. Anna Kysix and Dixon are nose to tail for that spot. Ingo McCringleberry and GN Prime are locked in a close fight for 10th. Anna Kysix is climbing to second place. Maya is making her way to fourth. Jackal is advancing to seventh. The race is heating up. The GT1 cars are all pretty evenly matched, so the track must be favoring skill over raw speed. No big gaps yet, so it's a tight race. Maya just overtook someone and is now in third place. The race between Maya and Anna Kysix for second is heating up. Who will make the move first? New for Life is gaining ground on Scott Dixon, and they're now only a few seconds apart. The fight for fourth place is heating up with those two. Hingle McCringleberry just made a couple of impressive moves and is now in 9th. Sovi is climbing up to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also advancing to 8th. Christopher and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is really turning up the heat and closing in on Jackal. Christopher is climbing up to 9th place, making some moves. The track's tight corners seem to favor the quicker lap times of the Porsche and Paynos drivers, shaking up the order. Anarchizix is now in 1st place. Amy is right behind, and they are battling hard for the lead. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 7th, making a little progress. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leader. Jackal is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to grab 2nd place. Christopher is also on the rise, passing 3 cars to settle in 6th, and I am climbing up 1 spot to hold the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 5 cars. Gina Prime is making a move, now in 6th after passing 4 rivals. Gina Jones is also on the rise, grabbing 7th after overtaking 4 cars. Christopher is climbing to 4th place. Gina Prime is now in 5th. Gina Jones is up to 6th. Looks like everyone's eager to move up a spot today. Anarchizix is driving a Nissan Skyline GTR 33LM from 1995. The Auto Tool. They're currently in the middle of the pack, but are closing in on the top 5, with the fastest lap just behind the leader. Looks like a steady climb. Jackal has taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to sit in 1st place. Anarchizix has also gained a position, now in 10th place. Life is driving a 1996 Porsche 911 GT1, a classic that's holding its own. They're currently in 9th place, just behind the top contenders, with a decent lap time but not quite enough to challenge the leaders yet. Maya's McLaren F1 GTR Longtail is in 2nd place and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's pushing hard and staying competitive. The track's tight corners seem to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders, but the longer straights are giving the cars with better top speeds a chance to overtake. Scott Dixon is driving a Vector M12 ASR, a rare and aggressive sports car. He's currently in 8th place, holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like he's trying to find his moment. Wow. Jackal, you really sped past everyone. Congrats on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Jackal for winning the race. That was some impressive driving right there. And a big shout out to Jackal for snagging the fastest lap. The 1994 Toyota Supra GT500 is now yours. Gina Jones, you really knew how to win that bet race. So the 1997 Lotus Elise GT1 is all yours. And Hingle May Kringleberry for managing the most overtakes. The 1997 Panos Esperante GTR1 is your prize. Great job to everyone. This was an exciting race to watch. Here's a fun fact about the 2016 Hyundai Elantra. It's known for its impressive fuel efficiency. So you could say it's the marathon runner of compact sedans. It might not win the race in horsepower, but it'll definitely go the distance without emptying your wallet. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Only a few seconds left to pick your favorite AI car before the race kicks off. Make your choice or forever hold your peace. Welcome back, Amin-san. Glad to see you're back in the chat. Hope you're ready to see some incredible AI cars racing like they've got something to prove. Oh wow! A 24 Mercedes versus a 2006 Kia Ceed at Dustbite Speedway. This is almost too easy to call. The Mercedes has that classic, reliable power, and probably a bit more speed under the hood. The Kia, on the other hand, might be lighter, but it's not exactly a race car champion. My money's on Bedazzara and that Mercedes sneaking ahead, possibly leaving Necrophantasm somewhere in the middle of the pack, with a bit of a struggle. But hey, crazier things have happened in AI races. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Dustbite Speedway and Circa Mingay is starting on pole position, driving a classic 2003 Hyundai Tiburon. Let's see if that old school ride can hold the lead. Circa Mingay has taken an early lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second, and Hingle McCringleberry is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Hey Wayne94, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to see some crazy AI car races unfold. Move Life is storming ahead into first place. Wayne94 is closing in behind in third. I'm climbing up the ranks now in 15th after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones and Move for Life are nose to nose at the front. Wayne Trinity 4 is trying to squeeze past Gina Jones for second place. Hingle McCringleberry and Wayne Trinity 4 are trading paint for third. Maya is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Filthy Old Guy is also making moves, now in 21st after passing 3 cars. Wayne Trinity 4 is on a roll, moving up 2 spots to take the lead. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for second place. Amy is closing in on Nibu for life, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Gaming to Fight Cancer has climbed 1 spot to 9th. Gaming to Fight Cancer and Squatbender are battling fiercely for 8th. Gaming to Fight Cancer is making a move, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Amy is also moving up, now in 4th. Gaming to Fight Cancer is climbing nicely to 5th place. Maya is making a move up to 9th place. Jackal and Maya are nose-to-nose for 9th position. Looks like a battle is brewing. Flash is making a move, climbing to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is closing in on Gina Jones, shrinking the gap by 1.7 seconds. The battle for 3rd place between Amy and Gina is heating up, with both pushing hard. Gaming to Fight Cancer is now just a second behind Gina Jones. Maya is climbing fast, now in 6th place and gaining ground. Gaming to Fight Cancer is climbing up to 4th place. Gina Jones and Gaming to Fight Cancer are battling hard for that spot. I'm closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 3.7 seconds. Gaming to Fight Cancer is now in 3rd place. Squatbender has climbed to 8th. Jackal is in 9th. The race is heating up. Amy just gained a spot to take 3rd place. Maya and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 5th. Jackson Dabox is climbing 2 spots to 11th. No for Life is on the charge, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry fast, shrinking the gap by a solid 1.6 seconds. Maya just moved up 1 spot to 5th, making a nice little climb. Maya is closing in on Gaming to Fight Cancer, cutting the gap by 2.30 seconds. Aminsan has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Telescopeine has also gained 1 position, now in 15th. Budad Zeror is closing in on Sovi fast, just 8.9 seconds behind now. Gaming to Fight Cancer is catching up to Amy, closing the gap by a second. Gina Jones is climbing up the ranks, moving into 6th place. Jackal is closing in on Squatbender, chipping away at the gap by 140 seconds. Adamflesh has moved up 1 spot to 13. Scott Dixon is also climbing, now in 22nd place. Scott Dixon is rapidly catching Bedazzler, the gap shrinking by over 6 seconds. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the distance by 2.4 seconds. New for Life is inching closer to Arayu's Serial, reducing the gap by just over a second. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Squat Bender is chipping away at Aminsan's lead, now just 1.6 seconds apart. Aden Flash is making progress, now in 12th. Meg's Boring Life is closing in on Jordan F, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Gaming Fight Cancer is gaining on Amy, closing in by 2 seconds. I am moving up 1 spot to take 5th place. Gaming Fight Cancer is now in 3rd place. Maya is gaining on Amy and has cut the gap by over a second. Arayu Serial is also closing in on Jackal with a similar pace. Deplorably Apple is slicing through the track, closing in on Meg's Boring Life by 5 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 4th place, leaving someone behind. Aden Flash is making a move, now in 11th. Amy moves up to 4th place. Jackal is now just 3.9 seconds behind Squat Bender. Billiscope Bime is closing in on New for Life by a full second. Maya is gaining on Amy, now just over a second behind. Arayu Serial has climbed 1 spot into 9th. Aden Flash is cutting down the distance to Jackal by 4 seconds, so watch that space. Wow, Wayne Trinity 4 took the victory again. Looks like they're just too good for the rest of us. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Wayne Trinity 4 really took the checkered flag today. Great job to them. And congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for smashing the fastest lap, claiming that shiny 1963 Brabham BT3. And Maya, you did the most overtakes today. Impressive move. You both get to add a classic F1 beauty to your collection. Well done, everyone. Alright everyone, it looks like we need to hit the pause button for a few minutes. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back to watch these AI cars tear up the track. Grab a snack, stretch those legs, and I'll see you in just a little bit.